Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I almost forgot where I was. We've been gone for a while, this is what's going to happen. I am Mr. DM, and hello to my fantabulous players. Hello, fantabulous players.
No.
We will get started. Just some very quick announcements. Next week, there will not be a stream. No Tyranny of Dragons stream next week. So just be aware of that. That will be our schedule will be adjusted. We'll put that in our social media. But no next week, no Tyranny of Dragons. But we'll be back the following week. Second announcement. It's already started, but you can purchase inspirations. So if you've been here before, if you haven't been here before, you can purchase inspirations using channel points here at Twitch. You can purchase for the players up to 2 times per session. You can give it to either an individual player or you can give it to the group. If you give it to the group will decide how to use it. Or if you have a little more extra channel points to spend, because it's a little more expensive, you can give me an inspiration and watch me fuck with the players. Either fuck with them good or fuck with them bad. So we'll see, we can always see what happens. It's always good to have a plethora of inspiration. So, there is that. And last but not least, once again, these are some amazing people that I have that I am blessed to be DMing for. So please support all of their things during our break. You will see all of the amazing things that they are able to share with you: content creation, books, voice acting, channels, all manner of wonderful content. Please support all of the things that these amazing, talented people do. Please do so, because if you aren't, I'll hunt you down. All right, that's it. So with that, because we gotta jump right into this game. With that, let's start our next session of Tyranny of Dragons. Oh, it was starting and then it stopped. I don't know what was going on there. Hold on one second. Let me see if that'll work again. There we go, and we're back. Of course, the day we come back, things don't want to work, but that's okay. That's what happens. You guys can't see it, but there is just a face in the background over Matt's shoulder. Thankfully, we have a green screen, but there's a face that we can see, and it's just cracking me up. I'm sorry. And Matt didn't even realize.
Your house is haunted, lad. Get
That's
out.
the second time, which is the best part that Matt didn't realize the first time that you spoke to him directly.
My headphones are noise canceling.
Yeah.
I don't know anything going on. My house could be burning down, and I'd have no idea.
Don't worry. If your house is
If
burning
we see
down,
flames, we'll warn you.
yeah, we'll be like, okay, Matt, you are the "this is fine" meme right now.
Your house is this is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, so how much fire damage is Vincent taking then?
All right, so now that we're back, let's do some recap so we can all get on the same page. So last time we were together, actually, let's even go further back. So you had decided to work with both the Harpers and the Order of the Gauntlet to get information on the Cult of the Dragon. You had information based on things that you had found, and in addition to things that the agents from the Harpers, Leosin Erlenthar, had found, that led you to believe that part of the group that you were chasing down, that had raided Greenest, were on their way to Baldur's Gate. Seemingly, they could not pass through a teleportation portal with some of the things that they were carrying, and were therefore bringing a number of things, you have no idea what, through Baldur's Gate, and possibly through a caravan. So you decided, yes, you're going to try and get this information. You're going to try and figure out where they're going, what their plans are, if possible, but more importantly, where they are transporting these ill-gotten goods. However, in the midst of this, you decided to take a kind of diversion to Candlekeep, where you were going to try and find out more information about the dragon eggs that you currently have, about the cracked hunter's livery that Gorple has that has been causing some issues, as well as just trying to find more information, as this is a repository of lots of knowledge within a fair. So you were given a boat, you were given a captain for this boat who was at your disposal, and you were taken to Candlekeep. Now, you passed Baldur's Gate on the way to Candlekeep, and you know that it is from Candlekeep, it is a probably 2 to 3 day journey to Baldur's Gate. And so you are trying to figure out the best time to leave Candlekeep to try and intercept these folks, because you're not sure exactly when they're going to get there. You have a window of anywhere between 20 to 30 days. Now, hopefully some of you said that you were going to be keeping track of how long you've been at Candlekeep so far. And how
I have 8 out of 30.
There you go. So keeping track of that. You were also trying to gather information about possible artifacts to help you on your journey and quest with the Cult of Dragon, which led you to the Eyes of Denier, who were actually investigating the map that you found to the Underdark during some of your escapades in the Lost Mine of Phandelver. You helped them out with an interesting dilemma that they had, a missing person that seemingly went missing through a portal in a book that led to a Temple of Soon that was taken over by hags. You helped them. You helped the temple out, brought the person back, and now you are back in Candlekeep. You've been given a number of different information and books and things of that nature. Warple found a strange page in the books of etiquette that
broke 0 rules. Everyone needs to remember that no rules were broken.
No rules were broken that people had seen. That's the important distinction there, right? You also learned a lot of things. You met the bookbinder, who was also helping to create duplicates of books that you had some of you had looked at, including Basha, who is going to be getting a spell book reproduced as well. You were given, you were told it was going to take about a day or so for some of these things. Spell books taking a lot longer, possibly 2. Normally, you know that this would be a much longer process, but as your group is has a semi-celebrity status amongst the folks here at Candlekeep, it seems that they are trying to excavate. I swear I can speak words. They are trying to rush things faster for you.
They just want to get rid of us.
Yes. You are also adventurers in a library, so they know how things can possibly go wrong. So they're trying to move you along faster, get you through. And last time we had left off, you had asked for a number of books, a number of additional books. 2 of you, Gorpal and Drovar, you were going to the blacksmith because 2 of the apprentices had come in to talk to you about the arrow, the possible dragon hook arrow or something. You're not sure what it's called. And they have a prototype ready for you. I believe it was Vincent and Basha were going to be having like a person's night out or something, if I recall. Like, you're just gonna like hang out, drink, and
magic users night out. Danger.
There you go. And I don't remember, Amala. Was there something specific that you wanted to do, or were you just heading back to the room to rest?
I was heading back to the library to continue reading.
That's right. You had asked for a specific. Your book. One of the books you asked for was found for you right away. Some of the others were a little more difficult.
With a really cool cover, apparently.
You'll see. So that's kind of where we're at currently. So you've all begun making your way to your different places. Irony is taking Amala back to the pillars to take a look at the book. Warple and Drovar, you are heading to the blacksmith, and Basha and Vincent, you are heading back to the hearth, which is where your room is at. So Vincent and Basha, we're going to start with you.
No.
So you're heading back to the hearth. Is there something specific that you are trying to do? Or are you just having fun? Are you looking for someone? Like what's the plan? Paint me a picture.
Do we have plan?
I don't know.
Mass chaos? I mean, no, not that.
I mean, you do know, like, there are the masseuses that are around. There are Avowed and other people walking around throughout the day. At this point in time, it's about like noonish. You've had breakfast. Irony has kind of set off and come back to let you know where things kind of lie. So you still have part of the day to kind of get some things done if you're looking to. But if you don't have anything specific in mind, that's I just want to find out.
So, Basha, how exactly does one relax? Like, how normal people relax? Like, I just found out that, water could be used for more than cleanliness and, punishment.
Yes. Well, people relax in different ways. Like, I relax in, like, bath with good book and glass of wine, but then, like, not the book in the water, never in the water, because that would be terrible. But yes, like, it's just a nice way to kind of wind down. So, like, some people use, like, alcohol to get there, but considering how we met you, maybe not best idea for you to, like, get yourself terribly drunk. But, like, 1 glass or so is not so bad.
I mean, to be fair, how you guys first met me was really my first foray in uncontrolled alcohol.
That is fair.
Non-ritual.
You still never told us what was her name again, was?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Alright, I will find more about this later, I want to know. But yes, I mean, if you really want to know, we should go and find, like, I don't know, like, you could get a massage, you could go, like, we could go drink, like, talk to people, whatever you want to do.
All of those sound wonderful.
Right, let's go!
Right, well, you head downstairs to the hearth, and there's a few people kind of milling about that are not wearing purple robes, but they seem to actually be working in the hearth, and you haven't actually interacted with anybody here yet. Most of your interactions have been at the how am I blanking? At the place where you eat, the food place. Yeah.
It is the hearth, isn't it?
Oh, no,
Isn't
no.
the hearth the food
You're in the
place?
House of Rest. My fault. My bad. Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
where you're staying is the House of Rest. You've been interacting mostly with folks from the hearth. So, so you're right now in the House of Rest. You've kind of walked in. There's some kind of people milling about. They seem to work there. And as you kind of like looking around to see, one of them kind of approaches you. She has like a mousy brown hair. She's wearing these white robes with kind of like a green trim on them. And she's, can I help you? You seem to be searching for something.
My friend needs to learn how to relax, so whatever way we can do that, that would be great.
Have you partaken of the bathhouse, the bath and steam house yet? It's a wonderful way to relax.
We might go there again. We did the first night, did we not? Looking at everyone out of game, we did, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, we did. Okay, that's what I thought.
And she's like, we also have, if you're looking for a more intimate setting, you don't want to be out in public, you can have masseuses can be brought to your room, and drinks and such as well, if you wish. There are some seekers who come here and they spend most of their time in their rooms rather than the pillars, or just because they just feel safer there. It's completely up to you. We try to make this a very open situation for all of our seekers, whatever makes them the most comfortable.
What do you want to do, Vincent?
I want to be where the people are.
That seems wise.
All right. I mean, again, the bath and steam house is a wonderful place to go. You can rent some semi-private rooms, which you guys did on your first evening. But it's completely up to you. There are if you want to be where the people are, there are the large open baths where a number of seekers sometimes they get into philosophical debates and they discuss their findings and make acquaintances and connections. That's something you wish to do.
That sounds perfect to me.
All right. So you begin making your way over to the bathhouse. You've been here before, so you let them know what your needs are. They give you your towels and your robes. They give you because you're not in a semi-private room, you're going to one of the public baths. They do give you a chest with a key, so you can put your belongings in there. You can take the key with you, and they direct you to one of the public baths. And once again, these are very large stone baths. There is also like this faint aroma of flowers, lilacs, lavender, kind of like permeating the air. There seems to be music coming from nowhere. Very light, just kind of violin-esque music. And as you are escorted to one of the larger tubs, you can actually see there are at least half a dozen individuals in the tub already. In one of the baths. I keep calling it a tub. It is not a tub. It is a large stone bath. And you can see them, and it seems like they're in a very heated debate about something. You're not sure what it is yet. But you can see two dwarves, a purple tiefling, like very, very dark purple tiefling, almost on the verge of being maroon. And this very, very large human. And when I mean large, I don't mean tall, I mean just wide. Just very wide. And they're just all of them have these large like beards. They're all obvious. Everyone's completely naked, and they seem to be just like having this very heated argument and discussion. And as you walk in, it doesn't matter that you walked in and you start to get into this tub. They're just continuing to argue and yell. And then as you actually get in, you hear the very wide human like, no, I'm telling you, owl bears are the thing that we need to find. If we don't find those owl bears, all of this is for nothing. And the purple tiefling he's just kind of like got his hands behind his head. He's watching the argument go back and forth. One of the dwarves, this one has like dark jet black hair. You can see bits of white in the beard. His hair is wet and matted down in the back of his head. He's like, I'm telling you, that's not the way to go. Owl bears, too dangerous. We have to start something less dangerous and work our way up to owl bears. The other dwarf, this one blonde, big bushy beard, is like, no. I think Rin is right, that we have to start with the owl bears. The owl bears is the way to go. Otherwise, we're going to lose our funding. And then they just kind of keep going back and forth. And that's kind of what you've walked into in this area. They do acknowledge you as you kind of get in the tub. They kind of look at you, hey. And then they go right back to kind of arguing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help but over here. Why is it you're looking for owl bears?
They all kind of stop. And the white human, he's like, I'm telling you, no. Hey, hi. And he kind of looks at them, and then the dwarves just kind of like, yeah, get their opinion. Like, all right, well, we're researchers on magical creatures and such like that. And, well, there's been absolutely no research on the mating habits of certain magical creatures. And it's important because a lot of these creatures are harvested for their magical component, for their magical things that they have with them, either their beak or their feathers, or depending on what kind of creature it is. And so we've seen an unprecedented low in the birth rates of owl bears, and we don't know if they're being hunted to extinction. So we need to figure out, the first thing is how they mate, and what kind of clutches do they look at. And it's a very contentious argument. And well, we received funding from the university at Waterdeep for this, and we came here to kind of gather information on more creatures. But we can't even figure out what books we want to get first, because I think we should go for owl bears. And then he points to the dwarf with the black hair. He goes, he keeps thinking that we should start smaller. This one, he points at the tiefling, has no opinion whatsoever. So far, it's just 2-1, and there's 4 of us, and we can't make heads or tails. So what do you think? I mean, what do you think we should do? Well, have you had any interactions with owl bears or anything?
I personally don't think I have. I grew up in a cave, but I have read some books. Weren't owlbears created? Do they repopulate? I had an understanding that certain magically created creatures were infertile or sterile.
And the dwarf with the blonde beard is very interesting. So many years ago, owlbears were actually natural creatures. And once it was determined that they had physical features and that they could be harvested for magical components and things of that nature, they were almost hunted to extinction specifically for that. And then some magic users decided, oh no, we need to make the creatures hardier to protect themselves better. So the owlbears we know today are not the same ones that were created years ago, that were actually natural. So you are somewhat correct, sir. Yes, that these are magically created creatures, but their basis from when they're created is actually from nature. So, but because they are so dangerous, we have almost no information about their mating habits, about the clutches of eggs that they lay, if they bear their young live. We have no idea, because anyone who's tried has been attacked or probably killed. So with the proper funding, we can get a group of mercenaries and sellswords to come with us to protect us, and while we're doing our research. But we need to figure out what we're going to start. And at this point, the tiefling pipes up with, I personally think that we should start with displacer beasts, but that's just me, because they live mostly in a hot, temperate climate, and I need to work on my.
Displacer beasts are a little bit more difficult to actually study, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yes, but they're sexier.
I'd prefer not to think of creatures that are not fully what's the word I'm looking for? Basha,
Sentient? Not sentient, but like communicative?
Yes! Creatures that are not exactly communicative as sexy. Unless you're talking about like how some people in my books would walk around parks with dogs on leashes to pick up the gender of their admiration. Is that what you mean by displacer beasts as sexy, or are you just into displacer beasts and I should probably call the fantasy ASCPA?
He kind of chuckles. He's like, no, I just think they're like a sexy creature. I think they're just very sleek, and they're in jungles and hot, temperate climates.
He's saying like they are sexy, like some people say, books are sexy,
I get what he means.
Yes.
So here's what you have to consider when thinking about displacer beasts versus owlbears. You have to think not only is the displacer beast or owlbear more dangerous, because that's kind of a coin toss. You need to think of which environment is going to kill you quicker. And as sexy as jungles are, that would probably be a environment where you have a higher chance of catching diseases, you have to deal with poisonous frogs.
Just think of the sturges. I mean, my god. I've fought to them. You don't want to be anywhere near those things.
The dwarf with the black beard says, sturges was where we should start, because they're not as bad as owlbears or displacer beasts. Are you fucking crazy? And then they start kind of like looking at each other like.
So
upset.
I've dealt with sturges. Sturges have a more mindless aggression to them, whereas owlbears they can take on the personality of a bear. Where if you make enough noise when they get too close, as long as you haven't already started stabbing it, sometimes they'll run away.
Hey, but sturges, they're a lot. Honestly, sturges are a little easier to kill if we are in danger than, say, an owlbear or especially a displacer beast. So I think we should do a sturges. And it just like they just kind of look at each other like.
Let me ask you this then. I'm not going to ask how much funding you were given. I'm sure that's something you'd want to hold close to your chest. But how much additional funding would you need for better mercenaries? So that you would feel comfortable approaching owlbears.
Well, the kind of wide humanities is like, look, we've got the funding. Like, put it to you this way: hiring the best people not going to be an issue, right?
And you have nothing to worry about,
right? That's why the argument now is, what animal are we going to study? Like that's really the what we. Everything else will be fully paid for, fully funded. And we're good. We just need to figure out where the hell we're going and what we're studying.
Then I would say go towards owlbears simply because they tend to live closer to larger civilizations. So if you need to resupply, because if this is your first foray into this kind of work, there's going to be all sorts of unaccounted for difficulties, and being closer to civilization means that you can recover from those unaccounted for difficulties and make the notes necessary for when you move up to something a little more inhospitable, like a displacer beasts environment.
Make a persuasion check, Vincent.
That'll be a 24.
As you're just kind of like making this argument, the wide human is like listening to you and just like nodding furiously, and he just kind of like elbows the tiefling, and he's like, "See," and the dwarf with the black beard, he's just kind of looking at the dwarf with the blonde beard. He's like, "He's making a lot of sense, isn't he?" The blonde hair dwarf's like, "Yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense, I guess, yeah."
However, I will admit, you're probably going to get a larger accolades for the displacer beasts, but I'd start with the owlbear just to ensure that you're not stuck in the middle of the jungle realizing that you forgot an important piece of equipment.
And at this point, like, the only one who's not nodding along with you with everything you're saying, Vincent, is the tiefling. Everybody else, they're actually like nodding. The wide human, he's just like nodding furiously. He's like, "I like you, boy. What's your name?"
Vincent Helgrave.
Vincent, and this is the dwarf with the black beard. So, and he's like, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Khan." And he just kind of points, "This is my brother," to the blonde one, the blonde dwarf, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Tony." And the large wide human goes, "I'm Ren," and he kind of elbows the tiefling again. He's like, "Hi, I'm Cusco." And he's like, the dwarf is like, "So, Vincent, are you interested in possibly being on an expedition such as this? I mean, you make some fair points here. Sounds like this is something you might be interested in."
Oh no, I'm on my way to go invent some new felonies.
They all kind of look at each other a little strangely. The tiefling busts out laughing.
So does Basha. Basha kind of like tries to hide her laugh by but diving into the water on the other side, like, "Bye." Okay.
And Cusco he kind of looks. He goes, "I knew I liked the cut of your jib. I like that." And you just watch as he's talking to you. His tail kind of rises out of the water, and it's got a brush, and he starts kind of like brushing his back, his own back. And he's like, all right. So what brings you two interesting people? Because we only know now you, Vincent. We know, what about you?" And he kind of like points over. He looks at you, Basha. "And what is your name, dear?"
I am Basha Barsh. I'm a wizard, and it is quite a long tale that brings us here.
It doesn't. By the way, I mean, I know we're all rude, but that's because we're scholars. But I'm sorry, we are the Discordant Fellowship. That is actually the name of our group. We do research throughout Toril on random things, depending on the money and if it tickles our fancies. So that's kind of who we are, what we do, and this year our fancy is the mating habits of men.
That's fair. What would you say our group vibe is, Vincent? Like, what is our thing? I don't even know.
I've been with you guys for like a week.
Okay, but you've seen a lot in 1 week.
You mostly stay in towns and talk to people, and occasionally you let me kill something.
There we go. Okay, there you have it. I would say also helping people with problems, but that's like a thing we do.
Oh yeah, we fucking killed a bunch of hags and demon or devil, couldn't tell which. Murdered the shit out of some cult members, going to kill more.
Probably, yeah. That's about sums it up for the 1 week that Vincent has been with us.
Actually thinking it's probably been 2 or 3, but
either way, it sounds like a very, very exciting week or 2 or 3. But yeah, I'm not really up on the mating habits of hags, but that sounds pretty disgusting. So that's something that would tickle my fancy. But yeah, I can't speak for my fellows. They just they're all looking at him. It's like, no, we already told you, no hags.
Oh yeah, they fucking suck.
They are the worst.
The very wide human is like, Oh yeah. Anyway, but thank you. I thank you, Vincent. I think you actually helped us figure out what our next steps are. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, not a problem. That's what I'm here for. I'm a helper.
Well, that's great. That's good. If you're ever if you're ever anywhere near Waterdeep, and you go to the Waterdeep University, you can ask for the Discordant Fellowship. We're just a small part of the group, but if you ever need anything and you're on Waterdeep and you're looking for some scholars who are actually good with field experience, we're your people. Or price. Yeah, we'll still be your people.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about price, but good to know that there are field researchers available if we so need them.
Yes, we might for things. Who knows?
Ah, good to know. Good to know. But yeah, the Waterdeep University, the Discordant Fellowship, they'll take you right to us. If we're not in the field. Yeah. It's a pleasure meeting both of you. And you hear Cusco's like, I still want to look up at Displacer Beasts. And he's like, no Displacer Beasts, and they start getting into another heated debate about Displacer Beasts versus Owlbear. But you, Vincent, you very much seem like you've definitely helped focus this group on their Owlbear research. Anything else that you two want to get done while you're here besides wonderful
I think we're going
baths?
I think we're going to continue on our round of getting Vincent to relax, whatever that is. Like, all right, we'll go see the masseuse now. All right, well now we're going to go, get wine and go hang out. Like, I think we're just going to keep going on that route.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So yeah, you are able to not only partake in the baths, but any masseurs that are available, you are able to meet with them. They recognize you, obviously, from your discussions previously, and very happy to see you, and definitely give you that little extra during your sessions, should you require it, whatever that may be. But they definitely are very helpful and very happy to see you. All right, so moving right along, Warple and Drovar. You have made your way over to the blacksmith area. The forge is not currently active, but you do see the two apprentices that were working on the prototype, as it were, and they're just kind of sitting there. They're sitting there, kind of talking with each other as you walk in, and as they see you, it's like, oh yeah, hey, how you doing? Hey, come on in. So as a reminder, it is another tiefling, and you also see a halfling. The tiefling's name was Josh, and the halfling's name was Mel. And as you kind of walk in, it's like, hey, come in. So how things? Are things going well?
Yeah, no complaints.
All right. So right down to it, yeah. All right. So you just watch as kind of like Mel runs over to the door of the forge and closes the door. He kind of looks out, looks both ways, closes the door. And then Josh, the tiefling, also kind of like looks back and forth. And then he goes into like a small hay bale that's on the other side of the room. And you watch as he pulls out this very long wooden box. He just kind of pulls it out of the hay. All right, so we've been kind of working on this, on the side. We talked with the boss. He was very cool with it and everything. But if we get this right, if this works, this is kind of like a Josh and Mel production kind of thing, and we want to make some money off of this, but also help people. But we want to be able to say it was us that did it. So we trust you guys. So we just don't want to, other people. We don't want them just kind of like randomly walk in and go, oh, look at the prototype. I'm going to make that. And then, it just goes, it gets out of hand, you know. So here we go. Kind of pops it open, pops the lid open, and as he does, you see there's 2 arrows. First is your unbreakable arrow. Hands it back to you. Gorbel says, this was actually a good prototype. This was a good thing to kind of work off of, but because of the enchantments and everything, we really couldn't use it. We couldn't add to it without fucking it up and fucking up the enchantment and making it a breakable arrow. So we didn't want to do that to you, but it was a nice template for us to work off of. And then the second arrow, which is longer, and it's much bigger. So you look at the shaft, and it is a solid steel shaft, and there are runes just carved all along the shaft. The fletching is larger than normal, but also seems to be magically enchanted. But they are regular fletchings. They seem to be made of some kind of feather.
So it's a lawn dart? It's a lawn dart.
kind of. And then at the very tip, there is the arrowhead actually seems to be part of the actual shaft. But then around the actual arrowhead are these 3 hooks that are kind of like inward. Right? And he's like, all right, so the way this should work is once you actually shoot the arrow, doesn't matter what you're shooting at. You're shooting it at a dragon, you could be shooting it at a bear, whatever. Whatever you shoot at, what it's supposed to do is, and they kind of look at the very end, like right where the fletching meets the actual arrows, there is a hole in the actual arrow shaft itself. You could put a chain on this, you could put some rope. I would advise rope.
I was thinking of maybe like a spider silk rope, so it's lightweight but also super strong.
Yeah, the lighter the better. But whatever you decide, this is where you would hook it on or tie it on. But the arrow should pierce enough. And once it has actually pierced into the side of whatever it is you're shooting at, the actual hooks would actually open on the inside of the creature. Therefore, if you're looking to retrieve this arrow, you better kill whatever you're shooting at. Because otherwise it's gonna stay inside of the creature. And then like you would initially ask for like, you know, dragons or whatever, but we were thinking like, you know, dragons, larger prey, like large prey creatures, whatever. So yeah, I mean, with the enchantments we got on it, it's not indestructible, but it is pretty strong. But you are definitely gonna have to be a little, you know, strong of arm to make sure that it will actually do the job, because it is heavier than your standard arrow. Obviously, one of the enchantments we would eventually like to put on this is to actually lighten the damn thing. But I mean, we only had a few days to work on it. This is what we came up with so far. Again, just a prototype.
I mean, do we want to test it?
I mean, we've shot it, and he kind of like points over to what at first you thought was like construction. But it turns out it is just actually like a target board that is just ripped to shreds. Like it is just like these large holes. He said, I mean, you could try it right here.
Well, I was thinking we head over to like the larder and maybe hit a side of beef, because that way we could figure out how it works on flesh.
I don't know if they're gonna like us doing that in the kitchen. I mean, we can request.
I mean, we don't have to. I'm just saying that you're testing it on a wall, which is great.
Right,
but
it's harder than flesh. So it definitely. I mean, we're thinking because you said dragon, so we're like, well, if it could pierce through wood, and especially thick wood, and kind of like Mel goes over, and he kind of like pulls down some of the wood, and you can see it's like 5 inches thick. It is not thin wood. And he's like, I mean, we were like, what's the hardest thing that we got?
No,
we didn't want to fuck up the metal.
I'm going to inspect the other side to see how the hooks digged in, when they like if they tried to pull it out, like that's where I'm gonna inspect it to kind of like figure out if that like because it sounds like it kind of works like a fish hook,
Kind of,
more or less, but like obviously different. I know how it really works because I've seen arrows like this and other things in real life.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just kind of inspect it. All right. So how do you get it out? Do you have to push it through? I would imagine.
You mean get
Well,
it out of the creature?
If it's dead, then we'd have to cut probably around,
Yeah.
pull the big chunk meat, and then pull it off.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's a one-time use, but you said it could be used more than once. I've heard about
yeah.
weapon ammunition that's got an enchantment on it, but you use it and you lose it. So this is a repeatable thing if we can get it back.
If you can get it back, yeah, it should be, unless it takes a lot of damage from whatever it is that you're shooting at it or whatever,
Right.
then yeah, you can.
So the
you
idea
get it
is
back.
so if we were dealing with a flying creature, the idea is we get the rope and we tie the rope to something, so we hit it and this thing is tethered in place until it either rips this thing out or it lands and tries, kills us and breaks the rope.
I mean,
Yeah.
or the other option is it has a way for if people need to get onto it, if we can't anchor it. Because the problem is anchoring it to something, unless we have like an immovable rod, it's going to be hard to have a mobile anchoring point. This is more.
That's the kind of thing we might find where we're going next.
And
If we've got the money.
And Mel pops up. He goes, yeah, and it also depends on what you're using to hold. Like if you're putting a chain or a rope or whatever, like that also, that the tensile strength of whatever that is, that's also going to be part of it too.
Right.
So,
We
but
tied it to a tree, a big tree.
Yeah.
I'm liking the idea,
the
but it's clearly
possibilities,
not.
yeah,
We're
possibilities
gonna
are
have
endless.
to. We're gonna have to find the right moment to field test this, and it's not going to be done,
All right.
unexpectedly.
How many of these could you make in the next few days?
They kind of look at each other. They look at each other. It's like, well, we kind of like.
This is
burned
the
them in that-
prototype. We got to test this out before we field produce.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We haven't slept in like 3 days. We've been working off a fuse. You know what fuse is? Yeah. Okay.
I've been on a boat. They have those on the cannons.
No. It's a drink. It's a drink. You take it. It shortens your lifespan, but it makes it so you don't have to sleep. It's
Oh, so it's
crazy.
coffee.
Oh,
Maybe
it's
for you.
it's crazy. It's crazier than coffee. Coffee shortens your lifespan. Oh
We lost Vincent.
no!
Vince. They got Vince. Damn Wizard Mafia.
Why do you always blame us? I can hear you from here. No.
I also love that
Oh,
Kevin's hair also turns blue when Vincent is gone.
Yeah. She's got that green screen hair. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see if I move over her slightly. So I'm partially Amala. There we go. All right, till Vincent comes back. All right, here we go. Hey, he's back. So Mel's like, yeah, we got to field test this before we start putting it because we blew a lot of money on the enchantments and materials and stuff. And
How much did it cost to make?
Mel looks at Josh. Josh was like, it's like at least like 2,500 gold worth of components and stuff,
I don't. So how much are you expecting to sell it for then? One of these arrows for 2,500 or more?
No. Look, so we want to refine it, but we need to know what the problems are with it. That's why it's a prototype.
So pretty much you're gonna give this to me to test for you and then tell you all the results.
Right. And the thing is, for what you specifically asked for, this should work. But eventually we'd like to make smaller versions. We look for smaller game, make this big version lighter, that kind of thing. But we need to know all of the quirks and problems and everything. And you gave us the idea for it. So we're not going to charge you for any of the stuff. We just need the feedback. And then, right? And he kind of looks at Mel and is like, and if you're amenable, and we start mass producing these, we can cut you in on some of the action.
I mean, I'm definitely interested. One of my goals is I want to become the greatest hunter, and this seems like the next step. Does this blacksmith shop like have also like general equipment? Because I know like the library people like Candlekeep has stuff, but
Yeah.
would they have silk rope available for purchase?
Mel's like, I can take. Let me take a look at the back. I know we've got
Yeah.
regular rope. I'll check to see if we got silk rope.
Because I'm looking for that lightweight stuff that I can specifically use with this because I want the strength, but a lightweight.
Gotcha. Okay, let me check. And so Mel kind of runs in the back.
Is there I wouldn't mind just to use the forge in your materials. There's something I want to put together. Just on my own. I've got most of the stuff here, but I need the heat.
Yeah, we don't have anything pressing right now, so
Yeah, I figure
it shouldn't be.
if I could do it before the next day before you guys have work to do, I could hop in here and maybe try putting something together.
Yeah. I mean, how long do you think you're gonna need?
Oh, just probably a couple hours. I've had an idea for something, but I haven't had a chance to test it. I gotta put it a couple of one or two tries to see if what's in my head actually will work.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, if you want to come back later this evening, like right about dusk,
Sounds good.
Yeah, we could accommodate you. It's not a problem. So you see that about a few minutes go by, Mel comes back. He goes, "Yeah, this is the last of the silk rope we got. I mean, I can't just give it to you. It's
I hand him 500 gold.
Oh, it's not spider silk. It's just silk.
Oh, I know, but you also spent $2,500 gold in materials, so I want to give you some money so you can keep working.
Okay. Thank you. He gives you the rope, and he takes the money. He's like, okay. He watches. He kind of like goes in. He just takes about 12 gold out. He walks over to a coffer and he kind of like dumps it in the coffer, closes it, and then he takes the rest of it.
Consider it an investment in our future project.
Oh, all right. No, that's thank you. And Josh is like, oh yeah. No, thank you very much. But yeah, just check it out. Play with it a little bit. Whenever you get the chance, you can send us reports. What's good about it, what's bad about it, what you would like to change. Obviously, like top on our list is make the damn thing lighter. Like just obviously that's top of our list. But anything else that you can think of that might be either enchantments or just functionality or what have you, just you can play with it, check it out.
Okay. I will while I'm in here, I will tie a very secure knot into the loop.
Okay.
Like as good of a survival knot as I can. So like it has like the most strength and it's not gonna tear. And I'll kind of I'll tie the other end to my belt, but I'll keep it kind of like looped up with a latch. So that in case it's coiled,
right,
latched onto my belt, but if I need to, I could release the latch and fire the arrow that's in my quiver. It's not gonna be in my portable hole quiver. It's gonna be in my regular quiver, so that the rope doesn't weirdly cut in half.
Gotcha.
I don't know how extra dimensional spaces work.
No problem. All right. So
also, how heavy is this arrow? I was because now that I have it in my hand, I'm gonna kind of test it out and feel the weight.
Yeah. So normal arrow is less than a pound, right? It's just much. It's not very heavy at all. This arrow is 2 pounds. It's heavy. It's more.
They are 0.5 pounds per arrow.
It's
this is a lawn dart.
Yeah,
0.05.
It's
you're
more
shooting a lawn dart.
In your hands, it's almost like a spear. But it is definitely an arrow. It is made to be shot. But if you decided you wanted to use it creatively, I'm not one to say no.
So it's javelin size for me.
For you, almost. Yeah.
Is there a training range on the in this open area?
There isn't. There just seems to be it looks like they brought this wood in and they kind of put it together, specifically like a target, so they could kind of test what they were doing. But there's no firing range or anything that you.
All right. I'm gonna head. I'll be like, well, Drovar, I know that you have till the evening. I'm either gonna do something very dangerous and reckless, or I'll go find some hay bales and shoot arrows at it.
I mean,
So let's circle back to that first option. That you said is like really stupid and dangerous. You wouldn't be thinking about taking a look at something you found somewhere along the way outside.
I
of
love reading, and I would love to go back to near our boat. Love reading.
Mel kind of pipes up. He goes, "Hey, so if you wanted to, because playing with weapons here in Candlekeep is kind of iffy. I could make one of the stalls, the extra dimensional stalls, available to you, and we could bring some hay bales in there for you, and you can test them out on the hay bales. It's up to you."
I mean, I guess I could do that, but I also want to. I can also just go outside of Candlekeep and shoot a few trees.
Oh, okay, sure.
And then that's natural stuff there. Or I could even hunt something with it to see how it works on a moving target.
Oh, there's this huge oak tree that's like maybe like it's not too far from the entrance of Candlekeep. Don't shoot that one.
Oh no, I was gonna go trek in the woods a little bit and maybe try to like hunt a deer or something and bring it back.
Will the tree get up and kill us if we shoot it?
No, we were requested very specifically to not do anything to that tree. By what?
Right.
I mean,
by,
I would never
eyes.
shoot. I would never shoot a live tree. I would shoot like a dead fallen log, set it up so that it's a safe target. I wouldn't be trying to hurt living trees. That's crazy.
Okay. No. It's just. I mean, you want to shoot any other trees? I don't care. We were just told by the eyes specifically to never do anything to that tree.
I will keep that noted. So, Drovar, should I go train or do reckless or both?
Train.
You're the worst, Dad.
I know.
Start walking out.
I am.
And I go, I'm definitely not going to do anything reckless. I lick my eyes and keep walking.
All right. If you do, no one will be around to find you, and we'll leave without you. And I just let him go.
Okay.
Boy gonna do what boy gonna do.
All right. So Gorpal, you begin leaving the actual facility of Candlekeep, not just the blacksmith, but you actually start walking out. And as you walk out, the guards who were there, they kind of look at you, ask you if you're going to come back, if you're going to be back.
Oh yeah, I hopefully should be back within the hour. I kind of like look up. Yeah, I'm going to be back before sundown.
And they kind of nod and they're like, all right. And they allow you to leave. And as you leave, Drovar, both Josh and Mel are just like, hey, look, if you want to get started now, I mean, you have to come back because we don't have anything lined up.
All right, yeah, let's get things set up here. So I just start setting up, taking all the stuff out and kind of setting out. I explained to them kind of what I had in mind.
Okay.
I think, and just start trying to, it has been a while since Drovar has been working with Smithy tools, so he's just kind of easing back into it, and really he's taking his time because now he has it.
Yeah.
And it's like he's really trying to think about how Shug could kind of get into the zone. It's like it was never really his thing, but he's trying to take the time to see if he can get in there. And he does not want to rush this.
And the work that you're doing is kind of detail work.
Right.
So Josh and Mel actually do help you. Like they actually start the forge up for you. They start getting you ask for the materials the tools that you require. They start bringing them out to you. So I'm going to ask you, because it's not specifically, this is more jeweler's work than blacksmithing work. And as they kind of see that Mel has some experience in jeweling, but like is not a jeweler. So it would be a disadvantage, but because they're helping you, it's an advantage. And so it's a straight roll. This is going to be a dexterity check.
Okay. That is an 11.
Okay. You you start the process, and you start getting the general shape of the work that you're trying to put together. You get that down without any issues. But as you're getting into the finer details, you realize that you don't have the tools that you need. So you've already started the process, but you definitely need jeweler's tools to continue the process.
Okay. Nah, it's so clumsy. This thing was more delicate than I imagined.
But you've started it, so so when you continue, it's not going to be, you won't have to start from scratch. You'll have like the base of what you're trying to create.
Okay.
Yep. But the finer details you're going to need jeweler's tools for.
I will ask the guys if they have that kind of stuff, or anybody does for the finer work, and he didn't. It's just fishing for that, just checking.
Yeah, they just kind of like, nah, sorry, we really don't do like jewels and stuff.
Sure.
Sorry.
That's fine. All right. Well, let's wrap it up careful.
And they just
kind of
they give you like materials to kind of wrap everything up, so you can keep them all safe and without getting any damage.
And he will, he doesn't feel bad about it. He's kind of just enjoying figuring it out, but he's like, well, Corporal's not back from his lesson. He's gonna just head back to probably the tavern and start jotting down his own list of, if he was going to make a magic item, what are the kind of ingredients that he would want to get? It's like, okay, what creatures am I going to have to hunt for? What kind of materials? If I want something that does this. So he starts making essentially a shopping list that he can, as we're going through, he's kind of keeping an eye on. It's like, oh, we need those eyes, or whatever, trying to just have that in mind for the future.
Gotcha.
And he keeps an eye on the door, like for anyone of the party who comes in, whoever it is. He's enjoying the time by himself, but he's keeping an eye out in case other people come in, just so he knows where they are.
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. So now we move to Amala. Amala, irony brings you to the pillars. And as you are progressing up the stairs, he's like, all right, so we're still looking for those other books that you and your friends asked for. You should be really careful with this book. There was a warning on it, so just be careful when you open it. It's we have some books like this that are not good books.
What was the warning on it, Irony?
Just for those that are not prepared to read the words of this book, your mind could hurt or something like that. Like it's really vague, but it's I don't want to say books are evil, because like a book is a book. But this book definitely is a not so great book.
This book is about a paladin of Tiamat, so I imagine this book would be quite evil.
Yeah, and it's not like the thickest of books, but you'll see. And he's like, and as he's telling, like you can tell that he's pretty nervous. And so he brings you back up to the room. All of the other books that you had previously had asked for are gone. Like the table is clear except for this one book. And as you approach this book, you see that at first glance, it looks like a dragon skull. But as you get closer to it, it's not as large as a dragon skull, but the book itself, you can tell that. Actually, you know what? Make either an Arcana or medicine check.
That's 23.
23. What was
23
it?
medicine.
Medicine. Okay. This was clearly carved from a dragon bone. but you're not sure exactly which bone because it was carved to look like a dragon skull. And it is just the cover. It is the binding of this book. It is just bone. And as you go up to it, there is definitely a strange feeling as you get closer to this book. Irony walks through the door, stands by the door, and doesn't get closer to the table.
Felt this kind of feeling before?
Yeah, not good. But you're a big, strong paladin. You're probably. It's fine. You got this. Just be careful.
All right, Irony. I'll be careful with this book.
Okay. And he's just like rubbing his hands like really nervously. So you have this book. What do you want to do with it?
I'm just gonna settle in and I'm gonna open it.
Okay. As you open the book, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
That is a nat 20 for a 29, Chris.
Okay. As you open this book, the first thing you start to hear is as these whispers begin to kind of penetrate your mind. And you feel like they're trying to tell you something that is made to rend the senses. As you begin to kind of almost feel like this sense of vertigo, it almost feels like your head is like, you felt this feeling before, not exactly the same. This is definitely more insidious. But when you actually were fighting with the chosen Ruby Dragonborn, Kirad, yeah. The lance, the psychic lance that he used felt similar to this. But you don't know if it's your previous experience with psychic energies or not, but you are able to kind of like push away the pain. The whispers remain, but the pain itself begins to kind of subside as you begin to open this book. And the cover page of this book says Archon the Cruel. And as you
spell that his first name,
Arkhan. And I'll send you like more information so you can have it. But essentially, as you begin reading this book, and it's gonna take this book is maybe 20 pages long. It is not a long book. But it's just trying to get through it with these whispers. It is an exercise in intense focus, which takes you some time. But as you read this book, it is from the perspective of an individual who clearly is either a devout worshiper of Tiamat or devout worshiper of Archon. You can't tell because the way they're talking about Archon and Tiamat are very reverent, as if they are the holiest of holy creatures. But it talks about how Archon was once an adventurer who became a paladin. And he is a paladin of Tiamat. And him and his friends made it their sole purpose in life to rescue Tiamat from Avernus. Because they feel that only she can bring true balance to the world by destroying it. Because
any sense of what race Archon is?
He is a dragonborn.
Oh.
He is a red dragonborn.
Gotcha.
And their whole goal in life, especially Archon, is to free her from the hells, because he feels that the Lord of the Hells, Asmodeus, is actually in league with the other gods and bringing an unbalance to the world. And he needs to be deposed. And the only way to do that is to finally free Tiamat from her prison in the Hells. And in doing so, when she brings destruction upon the world, this will force a rebirth of the world in which balance will be created.
Do I get a sense of when this book was written?
It doesn't say. I will say make an insight check.
That's a 13.
You can't. The best guess that you can have, maybe within the last 15 years, 10 to 15 years, maybe. Because it doesn't really talk about. It doesn't say where he started. It doesn't say how he became a paladin. It just talks about him and his group of compatriots. You get there is a name of Vander. There is a name of Grubby. And there are a few other names that seem to be a little obscured. And as you're reading it, at first you think you're reading Common. And then as you begin to focus, you realize you're reading Draconic. Like it's just the whispers and the actual just this aura of this book is just confusing your senses. But other than that, you don't glean a lot more. But it just, you ask for a book about or books about paladins of Tiamat. This was the only book that they had.
Amal's going to look over at Irony and be like, Irony, can this book be copied over for, like, me to take with me? Like,
yeah.
How much would it be? Because I know that it's probably going to maybe take the writer a little bit.
Yeah, Maxa doesn't like bad books, but I mean it's his job. He'll do it. I mean, yeah, we copy any book here in the library unless it's like super bad. Like he's not gonna make it. He's just gonna copy what's in it. He's not gonna make it so your copy's super evil.
Would not want that. I just want the contents within it.
Yeah. Just I don't know if the contents are what makes this book evil or not. I don't know. But he can do it.
We'll find out together.
He can do it. It might take him an extra day or so if you've got the time.
I think we should have the time.
Okay.
And I will pay him for it. I know that this is not going to be a fun thing to copy.
And as you're kind of talking with Irony, Irony's like, I think you really should close the book. And as you're talking to him, you realize that you haven't closed the book. And as you're trying to close the book won't close. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
It's a 22.
22. You find yourself actually like trying to force the book closed. And as you finally close the book and you begin to kind of like lay it down on the table, you clearly see the mouth of the dragon skull, which is the actual book, open. Reach for your hand and try to bite it. And you pull your hand away. And it misses. You hear the and Irony kind of looks at you really weird. Like, why'd you do that? What happened?
You didn't see that? It made an attempt to bite my hand.
No, it looked like you had a hard time closing it, and then you closed it, and then you pulled your hand away like it was hot or something.
It was not hot. The mouth, I guess, tried to reach out and grab me in my own mind.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Irony.
Yeah, no problem. You watch as he circumnavigates the table, like back to the wall, right? And he's just like moving around the book. He goes underneath the table and then you just watch as he puts on these really big, thick leather gloves, and then he just kind of like very goes to the book, kind of touches it slightly, and then grabs it. And goes, okay, I'm gonna bring it to Max Zug. I'm gonna let him know it's for you guys, so he doesn't yell at me. Actually, I'll just bring it to Joy. She'll tell Max Zug.
With you if you'd like, and they can yell at me.
I just need the money. 100 gold.
All right, I hand him 100 gold.
Okay. Takes says, all right. Yeah, let's just walk out together, and then and so you take the book along with this poor tiefling Irony, who was like holding it like it's radioactive, just away from himself, just like. And you make your way to the bookbinder. Joy is at the counter, and she's like, "Oh, it's one of those. Okay." And she reaches underneath the counter. She puts on the same thick gloves, grabs the book from Irony. Says, okay, I'll take care of this. He gives her the money. She says, "It'll probably be an extra day." Is that
I
right?
understand.
Okay.
I know that he's currently working on the book for Basha, so I understand.
Yeah, and for your friend Drovar too. So
Yes.
okay. All right. You should leave before I go in the back.
All right. Thank you, Joy.
You're welcome. And you both walk out. And so that's your that took you, Amala. You were in there for about 2.5 hours.
Amala's gonna look over at Irony and be like, "So you'll grab us when the other books are pulled for tomorrow?"
Yeah, you just see him. He's like wiping sweat off of his forehead. He's like, "Yeah. I'm gonna go check on them now. You gonna be at the hearth or where are you gonna be?"
I'll probably be at the hearth until for a little while yet, and then go to bed.
Okay. All right. I'll find you if I get more information.
Thank you, Irony.
Yeah.
Sorry you had to go through all of that. That was pretty intense.
No, it's just it's stuff I gotta do. You know, if I'm ever gonna be anybody here at Candlekeep, it's stuff like this I gotta do.
Well, you're someone to us, Irony. So thank you.
You're sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna go check on your stuff right away. And you just watch as he kind of pulls the thick gloves off, and he just kind of runs off.
Where do the gloves actually work?
Make an Arcana check for me.
That's a 6.
6? You're not sure. They just look like thick leather gloves. You in your mind, you probably imagine that they only wear it to make themselves feel better about the magically dangerous books that they have to carry, but they don't actually do anything.
Well, I'm gonna get you the heart and find Basha and Vincent.
Okay. So you eventually meet up with everybody, but Warple, in the meantime, while all this is going on,
I'm going to grab Teague because buddy system. They told me I can't do things on my own, so I'm going to grab my best friend.
Okay.
Also,
so
he doesn't have a lot of time left in this world, so I want to give him good times.
all right. So prior to leaving, you were able to grab Teague without any problems and kind of make your way out. So you go off maybe about half a mile from the actual fortress of Candlekeep, and you are able to very, very easily find a copse of trees, an area that you think would be a suitable place for you to kind of test out this arrow.
I'll line up some rotted stumps or fallen trees with my gauntlets of ogre strength and the help of Teague, and I will begin firing this arrow. And I'll do some tests, like I'll do it with the gauntlets of ogre power, without the gauntlets of ogre power on, because my strength naturally, I believe, is a 13.
Yeah,
and so I have a 19 strength with the gauntlets, and so I will run at least the basic tests of I'm a pretty masterful archer. So,
okay. So as you're kind of looking over the arrow, getting acquainted with it, one of the things you do realize is that it's not so much your skill as an archer, it's the strength you need to hold it up and shoot it. And so what you're going to need to do is, as you shoot, before you even fire this arrow, you always are going to need to make an athletics check with a DC of 15. Just to be able to hold the arrow in such a way that it is actually will be able to fire.
I have a question to counter that.
Yes.
And I begin working on foot archery, using it so I can pull with my, like, laying prone. You know, that people use foot archery. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
And because it's a much heavier arrow and I'm trying to go for distance and accuracy, kind of lying on my back and like using my feet to hold it, so I pretty much don't have to like lever myself too much.
Yeah, you can do that. It's still going to be an athletics check of a DC 15.
Okay, that's fair. I just see if there's
no,
ways.
You can still do that. You won't gain advantage or disadvantage by doing it either way. Like if you if for whatever reason, like if you had, I would say if you had, like if there was a way for you to kind of prop it up against something to help you hold it up, then definitely that would give you advantage, because it wouldn't be just your massive strength, your strength trying to hold up the arrow. But outside of that, it will always be an athletics check of DC.
I'm not great at athletics, but that's cool. So yeah, I mean, I will test it extensively, but I think I'm gonna get bored after I test it, because unfortunately, my traits that I have as personality traits is never tell me the odds and don't tell me I can't do anything, or else I'm gonna do it.
Right.
So I have to test these pages.
Okay.
So I'm gonna find a nice clearing. I'm gonna have my horn ready just in case I gotta signal my friends for help.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pull out the page in a nice empty field. I'll have T be like 50 feet away, just so if there's like a blast or something, because Basha told me it was conjuration. Yes. So I don't think it's gonna be something that's gonna kill me, but it also could be something weird.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with the first one. Let's see what it is.
Okay. Well, before you do that, just I'm gonna put I'll put the arrow in your inventory. But if you ever roll a nat 1 with the arrow, you have to let me know.
So if I fail the athletics check, am I shooting at disadvantage with it?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So you take out this page that you pulled out, and you have 3
I'll hold
words.
the page out like I'm aiming a scroll. I'll look at the stumps to be my target, and I go, monkey shine.
As you say monkey shine, there is a flash of light. You are blinded for like a moment. And as this kind of like the flash in your eyes, just kind of like you close your eyes really quickly and you open them, your vision starts coming to you hear what sounds like things clattering on the floor all around you. And as you are holding this page in your hand, you watch as just like flash paper just burns in your hand and disappears. And as you look down, you are surrounded by coins, weapons. There are a few pieces of clothing. You see some jewelry. And they're just kind of like at your feet, just falling at your feet.
And it seems like the entire page is burned away. So
there
are no other uses.
Nope.
So
it just, and the impression you're getting is that those books were probably the personal books of the author. And as the saucy bard that he was, this was probably his cache of things.
I laugh. And I load Teague's saddlebags with all this stuff.
All right.
Tell me, I guess, and I'll bring it back to my friend who has a bag of holding that looks like it's going to eat his hand.
Okay. So there is a silver necklace with a gemstone pendant in it. It looks very expensive. You think you could probably get anywhere between 200 to 250 gold pieces from this? You begin collecting all of the coin. The coin was not in a pouch. It was just all over. You are. I will say because where you are, make an investigation check to see if you are able to collect all of it.
Teague is gonna help me because he's here. So
right, with advantage.
we'll
With advantage. Yeah.
Oh, that's so bad. 9. I'm not great.
9.
Use an inspiration.
Sure. That's much better. That is a 19.
Oh yeah, that's much better. So between you and Teague, you get 279 platinum pieces, 711 gold pieces, 6,856 silver pieces. There is a beautifully ornate halfling-sized short sword. There is this long everything that you see here is halfling size.
You mean my size?
Your size, yeah. There is this weird long staff that looks like it's made out of gold. And it has these protrusions and runes carved all into it. There are a pair of slippers that have this kind of like webbing look to them. There is a shield. It actually looks like a very plain, like steel shield with rivets along the edges. There is another staff. This one just looks wooden. And then there is a small wand. You've seen enough wands at this point to know that this is a wand. And make an insight check for me, Corporal, based on reading the books that this came from and what you now see in front of you.
As I start considering this, I'm going to guide myself.
Okay.
That will be a total of 10.
That's not bad considering. So essentially, like the impression you're getting as you're kind of collecting all of this stuff, because it all seems like none of it seems like it there's not like any rhyme or reason to these items. It's just like just weirdness. You get an impression based on that and reading the books. This is stuff he probably stole from all of the people he wrote about, and like he was just stealing things here and there from all of these nobles and people, and that's what this is. This is just all of this stuff.
I'm still vaguely curious. I'm gonna take the wand.
Okay.
I'm gonna point it at the hay barrels with tea going away, and I'm gonna say the 3 words because I deleted them unfortunately in my notes.
Okay. So
I say monkey shine first.
Yeah.
I forget what the next one is.
Flapdoodle.
Flapdoodle.
Nothing.
And what's the last one?
Blatherskite.
Blatherskite.
Nothing.
Okay, great. I'm gonna check the short sword, and I'm just gonna kind of like wield it around, check the balance and the weight. Does it feel expertly weighted? Like
it is incredibly balanced. Very light. It almost feels like you're not even holding a sword. It is absolutely enchanted in some way. You can see runes carved along the blade, along the hilt, but it is expertly balanced. It weighs almost nothing.
I'll do the same thing for the shield, just to I know the weight of a shield.
Yeah.
With my total shield, does it weigh about similar?
It weighs about the same. It feels shield weighty.
Great. I will tuck these things on Teague's fucking saddlebags, and I will head back to my best friend Bosch to find out information. But before I do that, I will stop at the blacksmiths.
Okay. So yeah, you stop at the blacksmiths, and essentially you were able to find that it does actually, once it penetrates the wood, the hooks do open, which is but it is like very difficult. It will not close until whatever it penetrates, it actually leaves it, which now explains to you why their target was ruined, because until it's actually pulled out of whatever it shoots, those hooks do not retract.
So it's either a push through fully or a cut out.
Right.
Okay. That's terrible for that person. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, I give him a full write up as best I can from like tactical weight perspective, telling them that like I even tried shooting from my feet and like laying, and I was like, it has a really, really heavy front end. So it's just heavy all around, but specifically. So yeah, I give him the full write up.
Yeah. And Josh was like, all right, that's great. So when you go and actually use it out in the field, again, send us reports if you can. Let us know, because it's one thing shooting at wood. It's another thing shooting at a moving target and stuff.
I kind of slyly look around and I go, I do own 10% of a mithril mind, and I think if you made these arrows out of mithril, they'd be super strong and super lightweight, which would probably overcome a lot of your issues without extra enchantments. We can talk.
Yeah, because mithril is also super expensive.
Not when you own 10% of the mine.
Yeah, we can talk.
Oh, like 2%, but that's not important. Anyway, and I will head to my friends in the taverns.
Okay. So you all eventually, at this point in time, it's in the afternoon, about 4, people are actually starting to come back in.
I will load up the stuff we found from Teague, and I will be like, sorry, buddy, and I'll put him back into the stasis thing with the dropper so I don't waste more of the gem's power.
Gotcha.
Because I don't want him to like just dick around and waste whatever short time he has left.
And
Just watch that life bar tick tick tick.
Yeah.
But I do make sure to give him plenty of ferrets when we were on our misadventure.
Yeah, no worries. He greedily and happily accepts them. But eventually, you all make your way back to the hearth. People are actually starting to kind of file in for evening meal.
Drovar's already in there, just working on something and sipping at a beer.
But you are now all together back at the hearth. Anything you want to discuss?
I'm just like, I'm loaded with like a sword and shield.
You've got a lot more gear than you had before, and I'm
because
just like
I have nowhere to put it now. It's like in a bundle, like wrapped, like because he's so tiny.
Where did you find this?
Well, I love reading, and Drova, you told me not to do anything, and so of course I did it because you're not my real dad. And it turned out really, really great, and I think I found a whole bunch of magical stuff, like a whole lot.
So it didn't. I was expecting this thing to just suck you in somewhere and we'd never see you again.
So my guessing is because that dude was a total shitheel. If you read between the lines, is through all his bamboozling and barding and thievery and getting kicked out and robbing kings.
You could have just said barding.
Yep, he acquired a bunch of things, and knowing eventually that this would all catch up to him, he used a page or something to stash it, and then had a way to summon it back, and then it would like evaporate. So we kind of like left it in the small pocket dimension, is my guess.
So he kind of pats the bag of holding. It's like, so it's kind of like this, but a one-time use thing.
I think it was like, attached it to a paper, like a scroll or something. I'm not sure. I don't know how magic works.
So that thing is gone now.
Oh yeah, it like fire, but not burning.
And now you have a bunch of stuff.
Oh, so much stuff. It is
look at this
ludicrous amount of stuff and money that we will all split up. But it is this guy truly, like, I think it equals to like one of our bigger finds when we were at the massage parlor. The amount of money this guy had.
Well, that's good because I gave most of that back to the church. So this, however, taking it from a blatherskite like him, I will. I've got no problem.
Are Basha and Vincent back here?
Yeah.
We're
with
here.
you.
Okay, here we go.
Time.
How many sheets to the wind are we by now, Vincent? Are we still all right? Oh, you're muted.
Muted.
How about now?
Yeah.
There you go.
I think Vincent's fairly tipsy. He doesn't seem to be the type to hold his liquor. Everything he's ordered has been like a dirty Shirley or something super fruity.
Delicious.
Perfect. I'm actually gonna say Bosch is probably like halfway through like the equivalent of an old fashioned, like a little bit tipsy, but like still kind of holding her own. And like, all right, push it down the counter. I'll start to identify it. Let
I
me
will
look.
put literally everything because I am unsure. So there's a
All right,
silver.
let's see what is magic first.
Oh yeah, maybe
before
we
we-
should just detect magic.
Detect magic, instant. Oh god, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's you are blinded by the light.
Ah! I'm singing it in my head. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I know.
We all are.
But yeah, you all are. You're welcome.
Yeah, but nobody knows what the lyrics are anyway, so it's all gonna be
it's
our own
fine.
versions.
'Cause
Something like a douche and something.
And then the
something else.
night blinded.
Revved up like a douche. Yep. Just make up any words you want. It's fine.
The deuce.
I know what it's supposed to be,
That's
but
great.
it's not what it sounds like. But after you are bombarded by the auras of all of the magic around you, you kind of like squint your eyes, Basha, and you can see that every single thing except for the necklace that Gorpal brought and the money, everything he's holding, he's showing you is magical.
I pick up the necklace and I just kind of like slam it down in front of Gorpal, like, alright, that's not magic. Put that away. Now I got to start on all this. Oh god, it's all magical, Gorpal. I hope you're happy.
Oh, and by the
Oh,
way,
It's gonna take me all night.
Yes,
Oh.
I am very happy.
yeah. Oh, and by the
You're
way,
making Jan's night. I
Yeah.
think that's
It's true. It's true.
by the way, the shield. I was looking up what it actually looks like. It actually bears a resemblance. It has a similar motif to the slippers. There's webbing. It looks like webbing around the front of the actual shield.
I feel great about everything that happened today. I want you to all know this, that my irresponsibility must have been the most responsible thing I've done.
Since I'm going to profit by it, I will not scold you. Moving on.
All right.
So while this is happening,
yes.
Amal is going to look over at Vincent, who she can see is quite tipsy, and be like, so, when you were in the cult, did anyone mention anything about someone named Archon the Cruel?
Vincent, I need you to roll me a history check. I will say with advantage.
16.
16. You definitely have heard this name when you were a small child. And his name was used very reverently around you. But it was around the time where the cult stopped talking about making Dracoliches and started shifting their focus when you stopped hearing the name Archon.
Oh yeah, they used to talk about him when I was little. So remember how we kind of talked about how the cult kind of stopped doing what they were doing when I was little and shifted focus into raiding and all that? Yeah, they real quick stopped teaching me about that Archon guy when all that changed.
All right, well, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, why, your uncle or something?
The book that was pulled for me that I went in to go read was about him. He was a paladin of Tiamat.
Wait, that's a thing you can do?
I mean, yes, you can, I believe you can become a paladin of any god or goddess, whether they're evil or good.
Can you, like, steal those powers?
I'm not sure, but you guys did have very similar views on wanting to go and, well, he wanted to rescue Tiamat from hell. You want to kill her and take her power. So, same thing,
Yeah.
but different.
Yeah, no, if that bitch gets out, fuck that.
Yeah, he wanted to release her so she would bring balance to the world, aka destroy it.
Oh, fuck it. Let's kill that guy then. Add him to the list.
Like the book didn't seem very old, so he may actually still be alive.
Fuck yeah, we got a nemesis.
Just another one.
Who doesn't know who we are at all, so it doesn't really count.
I mean, if this guy is still alive, and I point to all this stuff, and he sees us walking around with it, we might also have just gotten another nemesis.
All right, was this okay? Looking at it, it's like, was this all taken from one person? I mean, we've got these spidery shoes.
Well, okay.
and
Well,
a
I'll say this.
sword.
I'll say this. This guy, when I read the book, did he seem like he was a halfling?
Oh yeah. Oh no,
Okay.
he described himself at length. That was like the first chapter of the first book of how beautiful he was, the singing voice of an angel, like
So,
Yeah.
so I mean, here's the thing. He also never came back for it. So, because like, isn't this guy like ancient, or is this like an older, or is this recent?
these books are about 80 to 90 years old. So
Okay, this dude. Never mind. This dude's dead. This dude is 100% dead. Because I know people only live for 50 years. Because that's how old I am. I can get to. So this guy's absolutely dead. We're fine. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Wait, so do we not have a nemesis?
I'm older than 50 already.
Okay, yeah, but you're not a halfling. Halflings live half the age of humans. That's 50 years.
Math checks out. Can't prove otherwise.
Could, but won't right now. This is
And
too
the-
amusing.
In that case, we'll make it true.
All right, just settle down there. Settle down there, kid. All right. Well, yeah. We don't. If we see a bard who suddenly stares a halfling bard who's suddenly like, "Hey, that's my stuff," well, we might have words with him. But I don't
I have
think
a
it's gonna be
poison that
problem.
knocks people out, so I think we'll be fine.
Well, if he's this good a singer, we'll hear him coming a mile off. Julie, Basha, what do we got there?
Yeah, let's see. I'm
you-
gonna start
are you
identifying.
are you ritually casting for all of this?
I think I.
That's
Hang on,
gonna
how
be
many
I
do I
mean,
get?
You also have
Uh,
this spell
2,
slot.
3,
get-
4, 5, 6. That's gonna be an hour of ritual casting for you.
I can do one instance, so I'll start with one instance. I'll be like, what do you want to know the most?
The sword. 'Cause that
So
looks
I'm gonna do the
cool.
sword first, and then I'll spend the near hour doing everything else.
Okay.
What's the sword look like?
It's a short sword. It's 100% Gorple size. Everything is Gorple size.
Awesome.
Even
And-
the staves. You
Yep.
said that. Wow.
And
Oh, walking stick. Cool. All right.
so you instant cast on the short sword. It is a short sword +2.
I tell him.
I sheath
Are
that
you?
sword on my head. I just go, don't worry, Grindseeker. You're still number one, but if something gets close, I need to stab it. You're still number one.
Fucking find me some orcs.
Listen, we're studying right now. We're gonna kill so many. You just gotta give me. You're gonna live forever. I only have 50 years on this world. Give me some patience, buddy. And I say this all out loud because I
Yeah.
don't understand how telepathy works.
You're just looking at Gorple like, what?
Sorry, I just pet my bow. It's okay,
All right.
man. We're gonna kill someone.
Arguing with your bow again?
No, we are having a discourse.
I adjust my position so I'm watching the door just in case any orcs or half orcs walk in and I can see them before Gorple does. Because if that bow's out, it could get ugly.
Yep. All right. So instead of an hour, you got 50 minutes of identifying things.
Excellent. 10 minutes less, as I'm
Yeah.
just sitting there listening to y'all.
All right. So the first, do you want the Yon version or do you want the DM version? Just giving you the list.
I mean, you can just. It would have been Jan, but we could just get the DM version. I'm okay with that. That's fine.
All right. So the golden staff that you, again, it's gold with this kind of like, it looks like red and gold, like filigree and runes around it. At the very top of it, it looks like a cross. And then there is like this gold piece that is just kind of like where you would actually, instead of holding the staff on the actual staff itself, it actually has like a gold handle. It is a staff of charming.
Are you writing this down, Gorble? Or are you? Is it going to get sent to us? Never mind. I don't know. Whatever.
I'll write it down. All
right.
Thank you.
While holding the staff, first it requires attunement by a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. While holding the staff, you can use an action to expend one of its 10 charges to cast Charm Person, Command, or Comprehend languages from it using your spell DC. The staff can also be used as a magic quarterstaff. If you are holding the staff and fail a saving throw against an enchantment spell that targets only you, you can turn your failed save into a successful one. You can't use this property of the staff again until the next dawn. If you succeed on a save against an enchantment spell that targets only you, with or without the staff's intervention, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge from the staff and turn the spell back on its caster as if you had cast the spell.
Dang.
The staff regains 1d8 plus 2 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff becomes a non-magical course. Okay, next. You go to the very comfy slippers. I mean, they're really cushioning, real cushiony, really comfy looking.
Yeah.
They are slippers of spider climbing.
That's what I wrote them down as.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I know exactly what these are.
Yeah. While you wear these light shoes, you can move up and down and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. You have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. However, the slippers don't allow you to move this way on a slippery surface, such as one covered by ice or oil.
And those require attunement, correct?
Yes. So does the staff. Charming. You go to the wooden staff. That is the staff of the adder. You can use a bonus action. It requires attunement by a cleric, druid, or warlock. You can use a bonus action to speak the staff's command word and make the head of the staff become that of an animate poisonous snake for 1 minute. By using another bonus action to speak the command word again, you return the staff to its normal inanimate form. You make a melee attack using the snake head, which has a reach of 5 feet. Your proficiency bonus applies to the attack roll. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 piercing damage and must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 3d6 poison damage. The snake head can be attacked while it is animate. It has an armor class of 15 and 20 hit points. If the head drops to 0 hit points, the staff is destroyed. As long as it's not destroyed, the staff regains all lost hit points when it reverts to its inanimate. You use the wand. It is a wand of web. Seems like you're getting
this guy totally robbed a drow. That's what happened here.
Yeah, you might actually be thinking maybe this is why he's not alive or around anymore. The wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can cast an action to expend one of its charges to cast the web spell DC 15. The wand regains 1d6 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20 on a 1. Wand crumbles into ashes. And last but not least, the shield. You ritually cast. I need you to make me a wisdom check, Sasha.
I have to? Whoa, hang on.
Whoa.
Not saving throw, just check.
Yeah, I got scared for a second there. I was like, oh, okay, 20.
Oh, okay, good. So as you are ritually casting detect magic, At first, the shield comes up as a shield +2. And then you hear Jan say,
Oh, this is weird. Hey, why did that happen? Hold on.
There's music! Oh no!
I was like, whoa, that's new. It's like, oh, we are in
There's music.
Candlekeep.
Oh no,
Yeah.
what's going on?
We
No,
are in
it's just Jan
Candlekeep.
listening to music.
I think
Yeah,
we're about
we-
to Jumanji the shit out of this situation.
This is very odd. There are 2 enchantments on the shield. First enchantment is for obscuring. This is to make you think it is shield that is very strong. Is not. This is a cursed shield. This is a shield of missile attraction.
Okay.
Yeah, while holding the shield, you have resistance to damage from ranged attacks. However, once you attune the shield, you are cursed, and you cannot unattune it without a removal curse spell, or something similar. But whenever a ranged attack is made against a target within 10 feet of you, you actually become the target of that ranged attack.
This is terrible. No one should ever use this shield.
I mean, I think it's okay because you are resistant to damage from ranged weapons. So, yeah, kind of evens out, I guess.
It's fair.
and that is what you have.
All right, so the
Tell
shield's
everyone.
a piece of garbage, and we need to chuck that in the
That.
privy.
Give it to the people in the forge. They'll love that kind of thing, you know. I mean, they shouldn't use it, but they might think it's cool. I don't know.
Actually, if I didn't have this incredible shield, thank you all, I would dive on that shield simply because I'm usually in the back with Basha, and I think I could take a little bit more of a hit.
Don't like the word curse. Just think that's gonna come back to haunt you real bad.
Yeah, says someone
I'm-
with experience.
I am
What do you mean?
more than used to curses.
All
You
right.
smile too much when you say that. Yeah, you know what you're talking about. All right, well, so who's got? I mean, those slippers sound pretty cool. I'll be honest, but I like the boots that allow me to jump real far. Gorple doesn't need them because he already does it.
Yeah.
Who would like to run up walls?
Well, also remember, it requires you to attune yourself to a
That's
majority of these items. So they might be a kind of pick and choose, like hold on to them. But
Well, I mean, we're planning once we're done with all of the library stuff here. We're going to Baldur's Gate. I think that's going to be the place where, if we're looking for things, these might be a good for trading. But some of them might be good enough to keep. I mean, that staff to make people like you sounds really useful. I don't know about the one with the snake head. I mean,
That's that staff that makes people like you. I am particularly interested in, especially since it's Gorpal size. I could use it as a fencing cane.
it's magical. It's gonna grow to your size when you attune to it.
Ooh.
well, we'll see.
We literally just said this guy killed a bunch of drow for his stuff, and now he's dead. This is clearly all drow make. Therefore, there's no unless he killed a child, which good on him, I guess. I doubt.
Wait, what?
I doubt these were built for. I doubt that they were from a drow that was child sized.
As everyone awkwardly stares at Gorple for the passing remark he made about killing a child, a child walks in. Irony.
No, not you, kid. You're fine.
Irony walks in, sees you at your table, and kind of runs up. Says, "Hi, okay, hey, I don't mean to interrupt what you're doing. Ooh, cool stuff. Sorry. Yeah. The books that you wanted, I have messages for you. So, all right. So somebody wanted a book on group guided rituals or spiritual connection. Okay. So the when you talked to Master Ivan Moore earlier today, he told me to let you know we don't have any books on specifically that because like clerics and all those they're like really kind of protective of like the rituals that they do and stuff like that. So we have like just general books on like the gods and all of that stuff. We don't have rituals. We're always looking for those books, but we don't have anything that specifically that you're asking for. But he has a name of somebody you could talk to if you're in Waterdeep. You could actually talk to him. He's retired, but he still works with the Church of Tyr. His name is Father Horace Buchanan. And he was somebody that Master Ivan Moore worked with for many years, which is why his specialty are the gods and stuff like that. Like he was one of the people that worked with him. So he said that like he's like a person that you could trust, and he could probably help you specifically with like group guided rituals.
Can you give me that name again?
Horace Buchanan. Horas Bochanan. And Real Tales of Paladins from Bahamut. It's kind of the same thing. We don't have. It's all like the fairy tale stuff. But if you're looking for real, there is an actual cleric of Bahamut in Waterdeep also that he learned from Pastor Marcian Bordaris. He could help you too. As far as I know, Master Avonmore says that he is still part of the church in Waterdeep. There is an actual church to Bahamut there, in a temple. He should be able to help you.
What was his name again, Irony?
Marcian, Marcin, and actually it's a she. Bordanis, Bordanes. And the last thing, the wild magic surges stuff. Sorcerers don't like Candlekeep. We don't have a lot because sorcerers don't like to talk about how dragons mated with their ancestors or making deals with other worldly creatures. So they don't like talking about it. So we know how sorcerers gain their powers, but we don't have more details. But there is someone that Master Ivanmore has been working with and trying to get more information from, and he gets bits and pieces from him, but he refuses to leave his house. He won't come to Candlekeep. He won't do anything. But we know where he is. It might be, I don't know, it might be a trek if you want to meet him. His name is Alexius Cerular, and he's in Luskin. He is a sorcerer who is specifically doing research on wild surges, which is one of the reasons why he doesn't leave his house, because he's killed a bunch of people accidentally, and he just doesn't want to do it anymore. But he's learning as much as he can about it through the Arcane Brotherhood. They're not the greatest people. They're in charge of Luskin, but apparently he's learned a lot, and he's probably the guy you want to talk to.
All right. As much as I wish we had time to talk to him, we do have a cult we need to kill.
Okay. Well, I mean, just you have his name, so in case you're ever like at Luskin or you know who you can go looking for. Just don't let people know that you're looking for him, because the Arcane Brotherhood, they're not great. And Mr. Drovar,
Hi.
the book on your ingredients for crafting. We already had a copy that somebody commissioned, but they didn't pick up and pay for. So it's already ready for you, and it's on the house. Master Avamore said that all you need to do is just let Moxug know that what book you're looking for, and it's gonna be with everybody's packages. But it is extensive.
So somebody asked for that book to be copied, and they never came back to pick it up.
Nope, they paid for it and everything.
Oh. Was it a halfling?
I don't know. They were looking. I can find out if you want.
No, just an idle thought that crossed my mind. Never mind.
Oh, okay, but no, yeah, but he's it's extensive. It's the animals, what you need for certain enchantments, the animals that will give you those things, or not even animals, like where possibly the items that you would need for certain enchantments and stuff, where you could possibly find them, or but it's a good place to start.
Indeed. Oh, thank you, lad.
Yeah,
we'll check that out tomorrow.
So, and the Eyes of Denier said they'll probably have something for you tomorrow morning. That's a lot.
All right.
Oh,
thank you,
Amala,
Irony.
your evil book will be ready tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you.
Did you learn anything from it?
A little bit.
It's evil.
I wanted it to have on my person to peruse a bit further and see if I missed any details.
It's evil.
Yes, it did try to use some sort of psychic ability on me, so I'm not sure how they had it cursed or enchanted.
All right, so wait a minute. So you're getting this book copied. Does the evil come with it?
We have no idea. We're going to find out together.
Okay, I'm going to keep my drink in here then, yeah.
All right. Well, now that we're kind of have a game plan. So we have not many books left to read that we can think of in this moment. Basha's waiting on her book. You got some of your books.
I'm sorry. I almost forgot. Professor Purdy wants to know what you want to do with the eggs.
I think they should stay here. We can't take them with us. It's too dangerous. I mean, the amount of work we have to do to carry them around, if we're going, running after the dragon cult, we can't take them with us.
Can they fit in your bag of holding?
No.
I don't know.
You can't open the bag far enough.
How? I don't know. I don't know how big the eggs are compared to the bags open.
The eggs are they're 3 feet tall, and the diameter is maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide.
I'm pretty sure the bag opens 2 feet.
Yeah,
diameter.
it opens 2 feet wide.
Okay.
But won't they suffocate in there?
If you recall, one of the eggs, they had a suggestion for you. The spirit of the dragon that resides down in bowels of Candlekeep can take one, and therefore it would leave you with another egg to decide what.
And that's the egg that hasn't figured out what it's supposed to be yet.
Right. It has an essence. It's slowed its own development down.
Right. But also, we were told that were we not told that the bag of holding, people could be in it, but there's no air supply. So Drover's like, I don't want to put the egg in there, and I don't want to start carrying it around just looking for something wacky, because you do stupid things sometimes with people's lives. And this egg, if you bring it somewhere and you're like, let's go find some crystal dragon we've never goddamn heard of. All right, DM, do you have a bat in there?
Yes, I got a big fucking moth.
There's a bat, Patty! Get the bat!
There's a big fucking moth in my house.
Oh.
That shit is
I believe in
huge.
you.
It disappeared.
It's not a Luna moth, is it? Those are pretty cool.
I have no idea. All I know is big and it's flying around.
Oh god.
And it just disappeared.
Sorry.
All right,
saying something dramatic, but basically, Drover just is like, you were entertaining the idea of just trying to find some crystal dragon just to see what would happen. I think that's irresponsible. I think if we're going to do something with it, we find the right environment for it. I think finding a dragon, we don't know any at this point, but if we carry it around with us and the thing is taken from us, it's going to be turned back into a black dragon or whatever. I don't think it's safe.
So,
And as you've said,
Well-
you like to do things when people tell you not to do it, so I don't want to bring it.
I'm not talking about the one that is going to become something. I'm talking about the empty vessel.
I think that should just go in stasis until we have a proper place to put it. Otherwise, it's going to die.
No, my point was we put it in the bag, and so when we go to Waterdeep and we solve the crystal, if there are souls that need to be put somewhere and be freed, they have a vessel, because they're not good being trapped.
But I don't think it's safe trying to put it in the bag, because don't eggs need air? I mean...
I don't think so. I'm no expert. Do eggs need air?
We've got to find... I'm not...
Pretty sure they need air.
I'm not putting a living thing in there and just carrying it around and then finding out, oh, well, that was a mistake.
I don't know. Do I know if eggs need air?
Yeah, eggs generally need air. Much like most living things.
I mean, they don't breathe.
so
They breathe through the membrane of the egg.
They use
That's why I'm
less
like,
air, I imagine, than a person.
Lizard eggs in this world need air, so you generally would figure, yeah, probably dragon eggs are kind of the same.
So my opinion for the eggs is the one that's an empty vessel. I think we should give to Candlekeep and bring the other one with us, if we're able to.
I'd like to know where we're going to put the, like, I don't think we've decided on, like, and all of us are in of a similar mind as to what to do with the egg that hasn't figured itself out. And yes, we might be able to find something, but it's just, it's such a thing to carry around. Someone's going to take it from us, and we can't store it in a safe place. The thing, like, I can carry it, but, like, you know, you can, Gorp, you can carry it. You've got the gauntlets. You're strong enough, but you can't do anything else. We're not going to carry it around in a little bag or a box behind us as we go into, like, dealing with this cult. And if they see it, they're going to come after us even harder to get it back, because they'll recognize its value immediately.
So here's a thought. If we leave the one that needs a soul here and it's overtaken by the dragon spirit, we could possibly leave the other one here and have that dragon take care of it?
I wasn't sure that I got the impression. I mean, it's a dead dragon getting another chance to be alive. It's like, okay, that's nice, but I didn't get the impression that this dragon was really... It's still trapped here, for example. You know, even if it comes back to life, isn't it still stuck here? Because they said the enchantment is something they can't break.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, I'd be fine with trying to see if we can get a spirit like Teague in there, but I think that's more of getting into your livery.
Well, then,
and I'm not sure that's a thing we're trying to do right now.
I mean, I would do that now, but I have nothing to do for the next 2 days. You guys have to wait for books. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave these dragons here. I don't want to put that spirit in that dragon body, because you're just putting a living being, a dead being, into a body that's now caged at a place forever. So you're essentially just creating a zoo. And that's not okay with me.
Okay, I gotta look around, because we're not supposed to talk about the dragon spirit too much. It's like, is it possible to talk to the spirit and ask it what it wants? To, like, say, hey, do you want a chance at life again, or are you good being where you are? I'm not saying that that's a better thing, but at least, you know...
Irony leans in. It's like, what dragon are we talking about?
Hold on, Ed. We're talking about something that maybe you need to step back for just a second.
I lick my eyes. We're just worrying about our dragon eggs. Don't worry about it.
You just watch as he puts his hands over his ears. I've done earmuffs before. It's cool.
All right. Somebody watching to see if he reads lips. Cagey little bastard. All right.
I read lips. No one's ever asked me.
Good to know.
Make an insight check, Basha.
Glad you're on our side. I'm sorry, who's making the insight?
Basha.
Well, it's a terrible. That was an 11. Should I use a group inspiration just because we have so many
not?
this
We're not-
game
we're
at
not
this
fighting
point? Yeah,
anybody.
I'll use.
Okay.
Nope, that was worse. Cool, that was 10. So we're gonna stick with the 11.
To 11. All right. Yeah, you're watching. You're just watching as Irony is just staring at everybody, but clearly just hands over ears, completely not listening to anybody.
All right. I mean, I think we need to decide what we want to do with these things. I'm fine with seeing if the spirit wants another shot at coming back. I mean, we're hoping to find some way to do that for, Bocek. Not saying put him in the egg, but get him out of where he is and get him back into the world if we can. So, if a dragon gets a chance to do it, I'm okay with it as long as the dragon is a good choice. Because, it's not like there's anything in there right now, right? Because there's no soul. As for the one that hasn't figured itself out, I think we have to find the right place to put it so it can become something. But if we just carry it around waiting for the right thing to come along, like as not, we're going to lose it.
Exactly. Or so, yeah, the cult might take it back. Like, what if something bad happens? Like,
People are going to kill us. We're not going to be able to carry it. It's not safe anywhere we carry it because we don't have a place to put it.
Do we know if there's a volcano near here?
Well, I mean, maybe there's a volcano. I mean, we might be able to find the right environment, but what do we got to do? Bury it and just leave it and hope it turns into what we want?
Oh, I thought we were throwing it in the lava to get rid
No!
of it.
But hey,
No.
maybe there's a book, like all these other crazy books, where we can just step through and be at the volcano.
Look, you said there's a church to Bahamut in Waterdeep.
Do you need
I'm
to
not
talk
saying-
to Professor Purdy?
Tomorrow.
What?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're figuring. All right, he's back. He's whatever.
What?
Now then, go back.
Do you? I'll kind of tuck an Irony shirt.
Yeah.
Do you have like a botany garden area?
No, not
Like,
really.
Don't grow herbs or reagents on the library campus at all anywhere?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
All right. So we're not planning
Earmuffs?
to go to water. No, yeah, earmuffs. Earmuffs again. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Just.
I mean, why don't we just ask Irony to go for the day? He doesn't have to stand around us. We're done
That's true.
doing
All right.
anything.
Yeah.
Irony, you can go for the day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. I'll let the eyes know that they can come see you tomorrow. All right. Good night. And you watch as Irony just runs off.
Okay, so the last thing I'm going to say on this line is we know that there's a church of Bahamut in Waterdeep. Our route might take us there eventually because if this cult's going on, we're going to have to spread the word everywhere. I'm not saying we go there now, but who else is going to give us a better idea of what to do with the damn thing than them?
How about we ask
What do you think, Kamala?
How about we ask the eyes tomorrow to see if there's any portals that are available?
Oh wait, actually, yeah. Where's Silvery Moon in relation to Waterdeep?
Amala,
DM?
make a.
They're not.
I don't know.
Not
I don't know.
they're
I'm
not
new
a
to this
giant,
continent.
Amala, make a. I'm gonna say make a history check for me.
14.
14. It is northeast of Waterdeep. Maybe about 3 to 4 weeks travel from Waterdeep.
Where would I find a map of this, Chris?
You're in Candlekeep.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
gonna-
I mean for Shannon to look. I mean for Shannon to look.
Oh, I'll send you one. I'll send you one. I'll send it to you.
We should
Over the
just get
break,
a
I'll send it to you.
We should just get a copy of a map of the continent and all the regions that are available while we're here.
That might be a good idea.
I'll throw like
I can
100
copy
gold
into
at that.
Jan.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just put that link in somewhere where we can keep on referring back to it. So
Yeah,
we can bookmark it.
I'll send it to you
So,
guys.
so as Irony's leaving, Irony, I need a copy of every regional map and continental map of this continent.
You want an atlas?
Yes.
Yeah, here's
Maxug
100.
has a bunch of them.
Yeah, I just want them all.
No, I mean it's like a bunch of books with the same stuff in it. They're all the same atlas.
It's
Nice.
like, yeah, it's a gazetteer. It's full of stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I
We'll,
need.
we'll take one atlas.
We need
Yeah,
maps. Yep.
All right, 100 gold.
I throw it.
All right, he takes it. He comes running back, takes it. Okay, I'll let him know. Bye. Runs off.
Personally, I think the eggs should just stay in. I mean, maybe the spirit thing is fine for the one with no soul, but the other one, just put it in stasis here. Nothing's coming in here to get it. And when we find someone who says, I'll take it, and it's somebody that we want to raise it, and, then we can make arrangements to figure out how to get it there, but it's too dangerous to carry it around. We're just gonna lose it or get ourselves killed defending it when we should be focusing on what the cult is doing.
I mean, I am okay with that if that is what we decide.
I'm just worried that if we go where we go and we try to solve delivery at some point, and then these dragon eggs are not available, and it was a way to put the repository of these souls and give them a better chance and a life, that now we have a missed opportunity.
Yeah, but we don't know when we're going to be dealing with delivery. I mean, if you've got a couple of days and you want to start studying delivery and really concentrating on it to get a sense of, is it something we can try now, or is it something that we need to get a little more, we need to learn a little bit more, we need to be a little stronger before we try going in there? That might be the thing to do, because I want to help, I want to get Butchek out, but I don't want us to go in there and just get slaughtered.
To be honest, that's actually what I was going to go do for the next few days.
Right.
That was my plan, but I also was like, I don't know what you guys are planning.
If we get the chance to go in and you straight up think it's a risk worth taking that you think we could pull off, it's worth trying, I'm going in there with you. I'm ready for that. I'm okay with it. But I get the sense we still have no real idea of what it is we're going into, how dangerous it's going to be, and we have a timetable to get back to Baldur's Gate to deal with this. If it's something we can try to do, that's fine, but given the power that we were dealing with before, it just feels like right now we're in over our heads with that.
Drovar,
and I want to learn a little bit more about it.
Drovar, as you say, we're in over our heads about it. You feel a sudden weight on your head. Not very heavy. It's light, but like something just kind of like is now on your head.
Almost like there's something there for a second.
There's something there. And then the rest of you see a frog apparate on Drovar's head. And Drovar, as you kind of pull it off and it's in your hand, it's just like,
what the fuck?
Have I seen this frog before?
You've seen this frog before, Corp.
They've been doing that.
I'll start speaking to it in Grung. Hey. I can't speak with animals. Hey. I'll take the frog from him.
Yeah. You should listen to your friend little in over your heads.
Yeah, but this thing is like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, that's what you got me for.
Are you the guide?
Fucking am the guide.
So, can you guide me?
Yeah, I can't do it here. These people at Candlekeep are fucking crazy. We start doing crazy shit in here, they're gonna kick you out. You're lucky if you make it out alive.
Where would you think would be the safe place-ish to start doing this stuff?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: you guys ain't prepared for what's inside right now. So, my advice: go talk to that guy at Candlekeep in Waterdeep that they were telling you about, the whore guy, and go see him.
Okay, and just can we get a guesstimate of how far Waterdeep is, either from here or Baldur's Gate?
It is about a month to a month and a half's journey
Okay.
from Baldur's Gate.
So that is a much further. All right, well then, and I'm going ribbit as I'm
Yeah.
talking this. I mean, well, if you're the best to know this, how long is T going to be around?
Based on the deterioration of the magic of the first layer, T's got about a month. You start going fucking around in there, it's going to be a little less, but he's got about 4 weeks.
Is there any way to prolong that? Should I, like, if I return him, would that make it a longer time if I can get him out?
You really want to be messing with magic you don't understand?
No, but I don't want him to die on me before we get a chance to fix this.
Hey, look, I'm just a fucking frog. Don't get mad at me, all right?
Okay, you're a magic frog. Counterpoint.
Hey, the rest of you are hearing Gorple and this
Yeah,
frog going.
Gorple's arguing with a frog.
But they're going ribbit. But you also see the frog like making hand motions like a human, like
ribbit,
yeah.
you know, ribbit.
Yeah.
But he's like, look, just all right. Here's the thing: if you keep using the magic, you keep Teague out. He's got 4 weeks. You try to go inside, you're gonna have that. All right, because the magic is deteriorating pretty quickly. Every time you fuck with the magic, you're going to trigger something. I can't tell you what because the gem's never been broken before. But the fact that you broke it was able to get me out. So you're lucky because now you got me. So you can either listen to me or don't listen to me. It's up to you. You're the fucking warden.
So what? Well, I mean, I'm not really attuned to this. So am I the warden?
Well, you were attuned to it longer than anybody else has been in a while.
As a guide, would it be better if I were currently attuned to it? Would that help?
Yeah, it would help a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to do that tonight, and then maybe you and I can keep speaking over the next few days, and you can guide me, because I'm like, Gorbel's like going crazy. He's like, I literally have no idea what I'm doing.
All right, but here's the thing. I can only appear when I gather magic just like the Guardian does. All right, but I'm not as strong as he is. So it takes me a while to gather enough magic for me to come and become corporeal. All right, so I can't be here like every fucking day.
Can
So
you talk in my head like my bow does?
do I look like a fucking weapon? I'm a frog.
I mean, it looks like a tree stick, so it doesn't really. Never mind.
Look,
Okay, I get what you're saying.
look,
I'm not arguing.
Look, Elminster, he fucking created me for one reason only. I'm the guy. Didn't say I have to be nice about it. So you give me shit, I'm gonna give you shit back. I don't have to talk to you if I don't want to. You seem like a pretty cool dude, but you're starting to get on my last nerve. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm giving you advice. You follow it or you don't. Is your prerogative. I don't care.
I
That's
understand.
All right. So we
I
cool.
got it.
We understand each other now.
We got it. Corporal just like shakes his head. He's
All
like,
right. Because
in common, he's like, I hate fucking magic.
I rather this be a very like friendly back and forth, like we respect each other, we're colleagues, right? If it's gonna be contentious, I'm just not gonna talk to you. All right. But it takes me a couple of days to gather the magic to actually be able to become corporeal. Okay. So
No, I understand that. I was just saying that more advice would be better because I literally have no idea what I'm doing.
okay. You have less to worry about with the spirits trapped in the first level than in the second level. Second level, you are gonna be so fucked. But we'll get to that when we get there. All right. First level, it's okay. It's just creatures. It's just beasts. Things that you guys can handle pretty easily. But I would not go fucking around there if you don't have to. And if
What
you
was
just
that weird particle shadow dragon thing by the lake?
that was one of the spirits that's been trapped in here. He's on the third level though. He's not on the second or first.
I saw him recently. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, was that before or after it cracked?
Before.
That's weird. You shouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, I spent a night with him. We flew
Oh.
around a lake and like bonded a little bit, I think.
I couldn't even get past the enchantments until it cracked. That's weird.
No, he took me to it, but then he showed me there was a dark place that he wouldn't take me, and I was going to explore that, but then the crystal cracked before I got a chance to.
Well, I don't know all the souls. I just know that there's some dangerous ones. Yeah, like I don't go around talking to them or anything. That's not my job. But Guardian knows all about like every single soul that's in here. He's got like the list in his big fucking magical head. So,
and the Guardian, that's the warden, right? Or that's
no, you're the warden. Whoever attunes to the gem and is taking care of the gem is the warden. I am the guide. That big fucker is the guardian.
And he does not like when people come in. He's yelled at me a whole bunch.
Yeah, because you guys were fucking around in there.
So I need to strike a deal with him where I can start killing the things that are imprisoned so that when the layers are removed, it's not so bad for the world.
That's between you and him. You guys got to come to some kind of arrangement. Because right now, even though you're attuned, he doesn't see you as the warden yet. That's something that Elminster kind of threw in there. I don't know. Elminster's fucking crazy. So he didn't like me very much. That's why he tried to put me in the gem. I was his first familiar, by the way.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry that he did that to you.
Yeah, he didn't like my attitude, according to him. Fuck him.
I honestly don't mind your attitude because you're actually answering questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see. That's all I asked for. It's a little appreciation. Thank you so much. See, I knew you were a cool guy.
Can I like reach into my packs or whatever to see if I have any things that a frog would eat? Besides, because I know grunts eat differently than frogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can reach in.
Yeah. And I'll just like pull out like some like probably nuts and bugs and like a mixture of things.
Yeah, as soon as he sees a bug, is it? I haven't had real food in so long. That's so good.
I imagine you don't have all night. So
no, I don't.
One last question.
Shoot.
While you're away, could you figure out a way for me and the Guardian to get in contact? Help me with that. To understand that. So I can start negotiating.
You know what? It's a bitch talking to that guy. He's all about blah blah blah. I'm the Guardian. Yeah. Don't do this.
He just yelled peace at me constantly.
Well, for mortals, it's harder for him to communicate. Spirits and magic is different. Like but no, he's all about like the rules and don't do this and don't do that. He's like a fucking parent on steroids. It's just terrible. It's like, you know, I'm gonna hit you if you do this wrong and blah blah blah. Terrible parenting techniques. He's got no he's terrible. Anyway, I'll see what I could do. Give me like 3 or 4 days.
I'll reattune to this tonight, and then that way maybe we can start working back together. If
you can reattune, I could probably come back in 2 days. So that'll help.
I will do that tonight.
Okay, I'll see what I can get out of him, but he's just a big doofus. Like there's no like you can't bargain with him. You can only work along the parameters that Elminster gave him, and Elminster was a tight ass. So there you go.
I'm hoping that maybe I can help him see that this place is falling apart and that there's a way that we need to solve this so that he can maintain his job.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. I switch back to you. And
what's happening?
Yeah, he turns around. The frog turns around in Gorpal's hand, and he just kind of looks at all of you. He goes, ribbit, and just waves at all of you, and then begins to fade, and then just disappears.
So that was very intense for a lot of riveting.
I got a lot more information about how this gem works than I've had in literally forever. More than that guy knew, more than anyone else has told me. I thought that's the guide, apparently. Remember the guide we were looking for?
Oh,
that's the guide.
Okay.
I've seen him before, and he just talked like a jackass, so I didn't think anything of it. But now I understand why he talks like a jackass.
So as Gorpal begins to kind of tell you,
and I just kind of give them the full rundown without and I don't really hold anything back.
Yeah. That is where we're gonna take our break. So now you have some information. You've gotten some more information. You've got some items. Interesting stuff. So we're gonna take a quick break. Stick with us, and when we come back, we'll see what happens next. So we'll see you soon. And we are back, folks. So you just got saddled with a lot of information. And it's still, the evening is still kind of coming to a close as the most of the patrons here have finished their meals and are not really lingering. You know, they kind of finish their meals and they kind of go, they leave to whatever it is that they're going to do here at Candlekeep. Little one is still by the fire, seemingly still reading a book. And definitely every time he sees you, just kind of like waves to all of you, make sure that you all know that he's here. Big toothy smile with his cracked tusks. But definitely is like very happy to see you all when you're there. But you just watched Gorple have a very energetic conversation with a frog who apparently
did I get his name besides Guy?
Eddie. His name is Eddie. He told you his name the first time he appeared, which was when you were at Alterel. And so now you are now burdened with much information, and the question is, what will you all do with it now?
Okay, after careful conversation with my associate, I have now decided that I'm okay with leaving the dragon eggs here.
I like this frog already.
All right. Okay.
Do we want to try finding some way to, if it's possible, to talk to the spirit of this other dragon first? Or do we just put them both in stasis and kind of, intend to come back to this?
I think, we can, we have a few days left because we're waiting on the spell book and a few other things. Again, we're only on day 8. Tomorrow will be day 9, and we leave on day 10. That still gives us 20 days. Didn't you guys have something you had to do in the area? I kind of looked to Amala and Basha. Cough, Harper mission.
I think it's in the Baldur's Gate area. I think.
But the Candlekeep was attacked by these half giants. So, getting some information from people here might be a good idea. Or not,
I wrote it down somewhere. Names of things. Hang on.
I'm also looking, but
I specifically did not write it down.
So, do you need me to refresh memories?
Please?
All right. So, refreshing memories will cost you both intelligence checks to see how much you remember from what you were told.
Could you just take
a
inspiration
fucking nat one
off the top?
A fucking nat 1.
That's
Jeez, I also rolled shitty. What is this?
Can I use an inspiration, maybe? Maybe a little bit inspiration?
Up to you guys.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it because I have a +4 intelligence, or do you want to do it? Oh, too late.
I rolled a 17.
Nope, then you could just remember.
17? Okay. What about you, Basha?
Oh, I rolled a 9, so no.
9?
But
Okay.
I'm too drunk. I don't know. I did write it down in my notes, though. I just haven't found it yet.
All right. So it kind of was in passing. However, second, I pull up my notes. You had there were 2 half giants who demanded treasure, and they were actually trying to attack Candlekeep. When they found out it was a library, they stopped attacking and left. And the first time they were seen was maybe like 3 months travel further south from here. But apparently they made it here in 2 weeks. And then they left and they've recently been seen outside of Baldur's Gate and Little Calimshan. And apparently they have a they were seen to be in the company of a tiefling child.
Yep, just found it in my notes.
That's what you can
All right.
remember.
So it's Little Calisham, and that's outside of Baldur's Gate?
It's right outside of Baldur's Gate. It's part of Baldur's Gate, but it's outside of the main gates.
It's in reference to Kalmashan's a shithole, so it's their poor district.
But we should be able to ask them because they tried to attack, so like they might remember something about that.
So that's what you remember.
Do you know how long ago this happened?
Hold on a second.
A few months ago is what it says in mine.
Yeah, it was a few months ago. But the
You
most
have giants
recent,
and terrorizing the merchants, and then tried to breach the gates of Candlekeep,
right?
and then last seen in outside of Caversham.
Yep.
Okay, so that means that there are no tracks left due to weather over the past few months. So I'm not tracking them from here.
All right.
We need to ask mages though, because there was something strange that they couldn't defeat them. That was in my notes too. So like we need to talk to them about that.
Yeah, it was odd. What would you like to do?
I think Amala might just order food, eat, and go to bed.
All right. So the question becomes, over the course of the next 2 days, because you're still waiting for books, is there anything that you all would like to do? Or we can just fast forward.
I'm gonna try and figure out what mage. I'm gonna maybe go talk to the mages at the front gate because they would probably handle security and be like, "Hey, do you remember this weird thing that happened? Like, I heard a rumor there were like half giants attacking," and I'm gonna try and have that conversation.
Okay. All right. So
I will go with Basha upon trying to find out information.
Perfect. All right. So let's see. All right. So you make your way to the front gates. There are some avowed guards outside, and they seem very open to talking with you. There's 2 of them that specifically. The rest of there's 6 currently at the gates, but 2 of them kind of break off to talk with both. One of them is a half elf, and the other is a full elf. Both men. And they are kind of like just like looking at you, like waiting for your questions. So what can we specifically tell you? Or
Just like, I mean, it's strange, right? That like they just attacked and then they left. Like, what happened there?
yeah, it was rather weird. I mean, they were like fear, power, and one of them was upset that they couldn't fly in. Which was strange. I mean,
Wait, did he actually like partially fly, but then he just couldn't get through?
We never saw him fly, but he just kept ranting and raving. You know, why can't I fly in? You know, I am all powerful. Give me gold. They were just demanding. They were demanding magical items and coin, and we kept trying to convince them that this was a library. And they were like, "No, it can't be a library. It's too much magic here. You have coin, you have items, blah 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 blah." And we were throwing spells at them to because they were. One of them was throwing lightning. The other one just seemed to be hard to hit. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
Clearly there was some kind of something magical about them. I couldn't tell you what, because I mean they were only here 2 days, if you want to call it it wasn't 2 full days. Like the first day was just them demanding we tell them to go away. They started attacking. They realized that they couldn't break through the walls, so then they started trying to attack us. They tried to take one of the guards hostage, which didn't work well for them, because it just misty stepped out of their range and came back right in. It was like, have you ever seen children demanding their toys, and then
Yes.
you tell them they can't have toys, and then they throw a fit?
I've raised 2, and sometimes it feels like I have more. So yes, I've seen it before.
So then you're aware. Yeah, it was like that, but with dangerous magic.
I also heard, no, this may be a lie because you know how rumors can be, but I heard that they said that there was like a little tiefling, like a teenager with them. Is that true?
I don't recall. Do you recall? And the other was like, I don't know if it was a tiefling, but it definitely was like, I thought possibly it was, halfling or short human, but they were fully armored, but they weren't making much of the demands. They were just kind of like in the background watching while it was all happening. The individual never made any kind of like, they didn't try to do what the half giants were doing. It was very odd. It was so odd. But
It is very strange.
But we actually weren't the ones to convince them that it was actually a library. It was the individual that they were with. You're saying it was like a tiefling child. I'll take your word for it. But it was after the second day of them trying to take hostages and us throwing offensive spells at them, and them kind of taking some of the hits and not dying, not being unconscious. And then it was just, they had a conversation, and then they were like, "What do you mean it's a library?" And we were like, we've been telling you. And they're like, we don't want books. And then they just like turned their backs and just walked away. It was just,
did you see where they went, or did they just walk?
They took the road. They just walked away. Like no one was going to attack them. Like they were in charge, and they just got upset and walked away. It was the oddest interaction I've ever had, honestly, in my tenure here. I mean, I've never seen anything like that.
Strange. I mean, well, thank you for the information. That's quite something.
Yeah, I mean, one of them, if I recall, like, I didn't catch any names, but one of them referred to the other as Captain. The other one, I don't remember. They barely interacted, like called each other by name, but one of them kept calling the other Captain. So I don't know if they possibly had a ship or what have you, but clearly the small one was in charge. Like,
were they calling the small one Captain?
No. One of the half giants was calling the other half giant Captain. It was just odd. I think the smaller one was in charge just because he wasn't actually actively attacking with the two half giants, and then they were the one that kind of talked to the half giants, and then like, "Oh, it's a library." And, so that's my estimation. But again, it was just a strange interaction, like 2 days. I mean, granted, it was like the most activity we've had here in some time, because no one's stupid enough to try to attack us, except those two. But no, I just find it odd that we threw some pretty powerful spells at them, and it didn't seem to really phase them all too much.
Well,
They were very much on the give us money, give us magic things kind of kick. I
that's
don't know.
definitely a weird thing.
I don't know if that
Who
helps.
knows? No, it does. Thank you. I appreciate the information. I just not sure what to do with this now.
And it was, as I said, it was rather odd, to be sure. Anything else we can help you with?
You said that they traveled what should be a 3-month journey in 2 weeks, correct?
Well, we heard that they were in the south. They had said something along the lines like, I'm trying to remember where it was. They said they just came from, but that they had just. But it's the place that they said they came from. It's like a 2 or 3 month journey from here. But I mean, it sounded like they had just left. The way they were talking, and that can't be. So I'm hoping I could help, but I don't know.
Oh, they said Ohm?
I'm sorry?
Was it Ohm in the south?
Yes. They were in Ohm. They were in Om.
Oh,
Yes. They said they got all the gold and items that they could get from them, and they heard that Candlekeep had more, and they wanted more. They wanted from us. They sounded like they had just left recently, not 2 months ago.
This is a strange question. There's not any teleportation circles nearby, are there?
Oh,
that they might have used?
No. Not around here, not that we're aware of.
Oh, that was just a thought. Alright, well, thank you.
Alright. Again, I hope that helps.
It helps quite a bit, thank you.
I'm also gonna get a description from them, because I probably would have done that first and been like, what did they look like?
Alright, make Actually, I'm gonna make a couple of rolls. Hold on.
Sure.
Because the impression you're getting is that they really didn't think too hard about these attackers, other than that it was just a very weird interaction.
Just a weird, awkward interaction with these guys. Yeah.
So this is just to see if they can remember anything about them. So hold on a second. Okay. So the half elf is just like, oh, they just look like half giants. I mean, I hate to say it, but they're all just really big and gray and not too bright, and obviously
no special clothing that stood out or anything.
No. And then the full elf is like, actually, come to think of it, yes, one of them was. You know how they have these ritual markings all over their bodies? One of them, it looked like the markings looked more like lightning bolts.
Was he by chance the one that used lightning?
Yes. Which actually now come to think of it makes more sense. The other one was wearing some kind of strange leather armor, like chest plate. It was definitely magical in nature, but I couldn't. I mean, obviously, I investigated or take a look at it, but it's definitely odd.
That might have been what was shielding that one, or shielding them, or something. Who knows?
Possibly. It was, as I said, it was just a strange interaction.
Strange indeed.
I wish I could be more help.
Oh, that was very helpful. Thank you. So I'm gonna look at them all and be like, I think we have like a letter to write or something.
Yes, let's go do that.
All right.
Can we try to set up a meeting with the spirit through Ivor or whatever the dragon guy is?
You think that
Who was the one who told us about the spirit?
Professor Purdy.
Okay, so can we set up a meeting with Purdy privately to then try to set up a meeting with the spirit to figure out if we want to give it the egg?
Yeah, easily enough. Irony. You basically go to Irony and just ask to speak with Professor Purdy. Irony gets her. She asks for you all to meet her at the Pillars. You go to the Pillars. When you go to the Pillars, she asks Irony to step outside. Once Irony is outside, the door is closed. She begins to talk with you. All right, so I'm assuming this is what you'd like to do with the dragon eggs. All right, so what have you come to a decision?
Well, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think we kind of decided that maybe we want to interview the spirit to see if it wants to go into the dragon egg.
Oh,
And then maybe leave the other one in stasis here until we figure out what to do with it, or maybe you guys can help us with that.
I could bring you to the garden if you like. All right, let's go. And almost immediately, just leave. Irony seems a little like shocked. But she tells Irony, she says, "All right, you're done. You can wait at the hearth for them. I'm going to take it from you." And Irony's like, "Oh, okay," and just without question, just takes off. All right, if you'll please follow me. She takes you back through the Emerald Gate, the Emerald Door, into the library proper. But she hooks a right, and you actually begin walking through this large set of double doors at the bottom of these stone steps. And as the doors open, there's two monks at the doors. They see Professor Purdy. They just kind of nod and they open the doors. And she takes you in, and you begin to see that you are being taken into what looks like catacombs. You can see old stone structures, sarcophagi, and Professor Purdy's like, these are the catacombs of Candlekeep. This is where many of the avowed and masters, the great readers, first readers, are buried here, kept here. And this is where Miriam actually resides until needed. But we have to go a little further down before Miriam will make himself known. So she begins to kind of take you through, and as you're walking, you can see there's cobwebs everywhere. There's not a lot of people kind of walk and go down here, but as you're walking, torches, kind of go on as you are walking through, kind of burning away some of the cobwebs that are around them. You can tell how it's been a while since anyone's been down here. But eventually you do get to this very, very deep section of the catacomb. And you do hear, Miriam, it's Purdy. I have some guests who would like to speak to you on the dragon egg situation. You kind of hear her voice echo through the catacombs, and then for a moment, there's nothing. and then you can see a wind begin to blow like the cobwebs around, and you begin to see this kind of mist begin kind of form at your feet. And as it forms around your feet and moves away from you to about maybe 50 or 60 feet ahead of you, the mist then begins to coalesce. And you see the massive, ghostly visage of a large gold dragon, ancient gold dragon. And as it just kind of like just watches you, it kind of breathes out of its nose, and you just see kind of like mist just kind of come out of its nose and just kind of dissipate.
Ah, yes. Welcome to the catacombs of Candlekeep. I am the sentinel worm here. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. What can I do for you?
I just kind of look at fucking our bomb and paladin.
Well, Gorble, you had questions, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's more what we can do for you, I guess. And I'll say this in Draconic. Is it speaking common or Draconic?
It's speaking common.
Okay, well, I will greet it in Draconic saying, I am Gorble Lurky Pokey of the Lurky Pokey tribe. We have come into possession of dragon eggs. They were, and I'll switch back to common so everyone fully understands.
Thank you.
And we have come into contact with some dragon eggs.
Yes. Purdy has explained about the eggs, but
Right.
So what is it that brings you down here?
Well, one of them doesn't have a soul.
I'm aware.
It might be something that you are interested in.
A chance for life? I don't know. We're wondering if that's a possibility.
You'd also...
Well, see, here's the interesting dilemma that we find ourselves in. Don't get me wrong, I would love to have a body again. It's been so long. And oh, to feel things once more. That would be wonderful. But my soul is still bound to Candlekeep. Therefore, having a body would do me little good. I can't do anything with it outside of these walls. But don't get me wrong. I love this place. I love the people who work here. We interact all the time. They are wonderful people. But we just wanted to present some options to you, considering what you have in front of you. Now, you don't have to give me the egg. It's just simply a suggestion. But if you wish to give me the egg with no soul, I could definitely become that soul. I am a soul, if you will. It's a little complicated for your small mortal minds to comprehend, but it can be done. If you wish to keep that egg, I could raise the other egg, and teach it to be a goodly protector of peoples. Teach it not to do the folly of youth that put me in my particular predicament. And once it was of age to go out into the world, it could do so. Or you could simply not give me the eggs. It's really your decision. We just it's not on us to decide what to do with these precious lives. Personally, at my age, and considering I have no pulse to consider, I would like to have had children in my time. Raising a dragon, well, that would probably be a wonderful thing for me to do. But again, this is your decision. You are the caretakers.
I'd like to make an insight check to see if
Yeah,
this creature
I'll
is
try it as
genuine.
well, but
I'll do the same.
Sure.
Drover's just sort of. I can see through it.
Yeah. Anybody want to make an insight check?
I just don't trust anyone. So,
Gorp, what'd you get?
22.
22. Amala?
12.
Drovar?
Me too. 12.
12. And Basha or Vincent, are you making any?
9.
18.
It's good. So Amala, Drovar, and Basha. Dragon seems on the level for a misformed dragon. You've never seen anything like this before. But they seem to believe what they're saying. Vincent and Gorple. The dragon definitely seems to be truthful, but is leaning more towards raising the egg that has a soul than taking the egg that doesn't have a soul. And that's the impression that you two are getting. But everybody else is just like, oh, they seem to be on the level.
He's a gold dragon, like he must be good.
I mean, you did hear that it did attack Candlekeep, which is how its soul got bound here to begin with, as penance for what it was doing.
He's chromatic, it's fine. Oh no, he's metallic, blah blah blah. He's metallic, it's fine.
Yes. How dare you?
Heresy!
So that's kind of where you're at, and it's just and as you watch, it's kind of translucent, mist, large arms just kind of go underneath its chin, and it's just kind of like it's just kind of like laying there, its face taking up like this whole space. If it was made of flesh, could definitely snap 3 of you up in one gobble. Like that's how large its head is. But it seems to just be waiting for some kind of response from
I kind of I look at the group. I look at Vincent more than most people because I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like we were talking about having a dragon raise a dragon, right?
I think that's probably the best.
This dragon is a gold dragon, which means almost nothing to me. But what I'm getting the read from, at least its body language, is that it likes this place. I'm assuming you like humanoids and people?
Yes, you're all very, very charming and quaint.
Okay. That doesn't rub me well, but I understand what you're saying. What would you do in raising this egg? Can you give us a little bit of an idea?
I would teach it what it means to be a dragon. I would teach it what it means to be a protector of those weaker than itself, which is most creatures. But also what it means to also be, my time here, I've become a sentinel of sorts. I can only teach it what I know. So that is what I would teach it to become. Once it was of age and decided to leave, then there's nothing I can do at that point. I've done my job, but one would hope that this would be something that would help my penance here at Candlekeep as well.
So for me, I'm okay with that because we obviously can't raise a dragon. As much as I want to, I'd have to retire, and we have a cult to kill. And that's probably going to take more than 1 or 2 months, or how long it's going to take for this thing to hatch, this creature. And we probably don't have the time, but I would ask that we would have the availability to visit it and also impart our wisdom and guidance since we rescued it. You know, we have a bit of an attachment to whatever it will become. And I think it would be fair. Our lives are not nearly as long as yours or it will be, but us having the ability to come back and visit this person, creature, amazing thing that we all helped put our energies, we all helped put ourselves into giving it a chance to live when it could have just been destroyed or broken or turned into something bad.
But then my question is, what happens to the egg without the soul?
I mean, that could probably stay here just to avoid it. You know, there may be. I mean, the options. He gestures up to the spirit and said, "The option still remains. You might have a better chance of finding a way to release yourself with a body in the future. There's places that this thing could be stored in stasis, so time wouldn't pass for it. You'd have another option later." But that would be, I would imagine, if you're more interested in raising the other one, it's just something available. And if we find an opportunity to put a soul that really wants to be back, and you know, if you're interested in being a caretaker to this young one, I mean, it kind of looks at the rest of the group as like, this seems like the best, opportunity we've had, and we can't bring it with us safely. Everything we've done for it so far would be ruined if we take it. I think it's too risky. There's too many out there that would just see it as treasure.
Agreed. And it is confirmed that if you raise this dragon, it will be metallic as well, correct?
Most likely, yes, because will be in my presence throughout its gestation, so that is most likely, yes. But let me ask you all this. What do you see as the largest challenge to bringing one of these eggs with you on your journeys?
We're chasing down the cult of the dragon. I mean, they're the ones that had this thing, and it was gestating in a shrine to like the black dragon aspect of Tiamat. Basically, it would have this and the other eggs that were there probably would have hatched as blacks.
As you say Tiamat, you hear this growl, and as it growls, the whole chamber slightly shakes and pebbles and rocks begin to kind of fall.
Right, we're trying to stop what they're doing, and we just think you wouldn't. I mean, none of our species would bring one of our children into battle with us. That's okay. Gorpal maybe because he's only 2, but but right 3. Sorry, I know it's important for you, but it's too risky, and it's something that the cult would find incredibly valuable. They would want it back. They'd do something with it, and it'd turn this, this little, person or whatever into an asset for them. That's, and we are dealing with a lot of dangerous stuff. I mean, we've already, had dangers and stuff that could have cracked it, and then all their potential's gone.
We did lose one egg.
We lost one on the way, on the chasing someone down from the cult.
And I couldn't see ourselves doing a proper job trying to deal with a cult and carry that thing with us. You know, we wouldn't be able to take care of it properly, and we wouldn't be able to deal with the cult properly, and so we'd fail at both.
And also, it's just physically big and needs air. So we had a solution, but it still needs air.
That wasn't a solution.
It was a solution.
It was a bad one.
I mean, if they could give us a mini ability to stasis an egg, we could put it in there.
We're not bringing it. We all are agreeing on this. We're not
I
going back on
want
that.
to.
Yes, but we're not.
There's you hear the as you're arguing, the dragon chuckles as you're kind of arguing.
Well, as I see it, you're thinking about this is a little wrong. Don't think of the egg as a child, because a fully hatched dragon is a sentient being immediately out of hatching. It has thoughts, it has feelings, but it needs to be guided. In that way, it is a child, but you should be thinking more as it is an ally, especially if you are the ones that are in charge of it. However, if you've made up your mind, I will not try to change it. But
Okay.
I get.
No, the point that I was making, it's not so much about when the dragon hatches, it's carrying the egg around. That's the danger.
I can do something about that to help. I can offer a boon to one of you to be able to carry this egg without issue. You would still have to keep it safe. You would still have to be in charge of the egg itself. And granted, I can't say what a dragon without a soul would actually be like. But if you wish to take this egg with you, I can grant you a boon in order for, at the very least, to carry it with you without issue.
Wait, which one are we talking about now? Because
because the other one has a soul, I think.
I was saying I would raise the one with the soul.
But we'd have a way to carry the other one with us in the hopes of finding a proper place for it.
Yes.
All right.
But my question is, what happens if it hatches without a soul and is colorless?
I don't know. I've never encountered or read of any such thing ever happening, so I have no frame of reference.
I mean, we did learn that it's kind of suspended right now because it doesn't have that.
I thought it was the
No,
other
The,
one.
the other one with the
No.
soul was stunted.
Oh, so it's just kind of not.
The one
The
without
one with
the
the soul is the one with the soul is waiting to be in an environment to become something. The one without a
Correct.
soul, the body is developing, but at some point it's going to either hatch or just stop because it doesn't have, something in it.
But we have an idea that that's a few months down the road.
At the very least.
But we'd be able to carry it.
I think that's worth taking. I think that's worth getting because if we end up in Waterdeep, if we can figure this out, if we can rescue our friends, or there's a dragon inside my gem that needs help.
We can get it out. Yeah.
All
As
right.
long as we can carry it safely, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
All right. I'm with that.
So you will take the dragon egg without the soul.
Yes. And we will leave the one with the soul with you.
To be raised properly and know that it is a dragon and all the things that will help it.
Excellent. So which of you will be its caretaker?
That makes the most sense.
Yep.
I mean, Amala, you are a paladin of Bahamut, so I don't want to take this from you.
I am always in the front line, Warple.
It's true. I do have a bow. I have to be extra safe now. Okay. I'll be less reckless. I promise, Dad.
I didn't ask. I didn't say anything.
I mean, I am always in the back, but I
I'm-
don't want to be in charge of it.
I
because
just think
I'm
that's not a bad decision, lad.
Alright, whoever will caretake the egg, please step forward.
I waddle forward with my weird frog legs.
This will feel strange.
And you just watch as the kind of smoky hand kind of reaches towards you.
I think Warp will close his eyes because he's really terrified of undead.
Okay.
So he just closes his eyes.
So
and
your
hopefully
eyes-
with blind sense does not sense anything.
All right, you definitely sense something large
Oh.
coming at you.
Yeah, it's like a person who hates needles about to get a shot. He really tenses.
You just so the rest of you, as Gorple closes his eyes, just watch as one of its talons very gently touches Gorple's chest. And it stays there for a moment, and as it pulls back, you actually see something leaving Gorple's chest. It's like this green smoke. And it just very, very slowly leaves his chest. And as it does, the large dragon claw grabs it. As it grabs it, it brings it up to its mouth and just and it looks like fire, but it is mist. Just burns through this dragon talon. And it gets very, very bright in here, and you all kind of have to shield your eyes for a moment. And as it finishes, it kind of reaches back down to Gorple, and very delicately, it looks like it puts something around his neck. And as you look, because Gorple still has his eyes closed, it looks like a necklace around his neck that's made of smoke. Green smoke. And as it finishes, it says,
You are now soul-bound to the egg. When you are ready to leave and you touch the egg, you will have the ability to shrink the egg to a reasonable size so that you may carry it with you and keep it safe. But only you will have this ability, and it will only work on the egg. No one can take that from you. But be aware, it will only last for a year. Once the year is up, the soul-bound necklace you wear will simply return to the rest of your essence. And with this, I bid you good luck. And thank you for this opportunity to be a parent.
and you just kind of watch as it begins to kind of dissipate once more until it is completely gone. And you are now all kind of standing in the catacombs alone.
Demolus is a prayer in Draconic.
What was that, Corporal?
Oh, his skin's extra moist because he peed himself.
Hilarious.
He's terrified, absolutely terrified of a ghost.
And Imala has said a prayer for the Guardian in Draconic, you know, on behalf of Bahamut, because that's what she does.
Okay.
Asha wipes a little tear away, like, oh, you can still be a parent. Oh,
Right.
oh.
So, Gorple, essentially, you have the ability once a day, and again, I'm going to put all this stuff in your sheet, but you have the ability once a day to cast enlarge or reduce on the egg, and it will be just as vulnerable as it is now, but it will make carrying that egg around a hell of a lot easier. But again, you can only do it once. You can cast reduce and enlarge once a day. So it's up to you what you want to do with that.
And it will stay in that state for the day.
It will stay in that state until you change it.
Got it.
with the it's basically a dragon boon. So it's a change to the spell specifically for this purpose. But yeah, you can do that with the egg now. It makes it a little easier for you to carry the egg around. And you have this kind of like smoky necklace. You can feel it. It has the weight of a real chain. But if you look at it in the mirror, it just looks like smoke, and your fingers do pass through it. You can't take it off.
I don't touch it. I do not touch it. I refuse. They can't make me touch it. I am not interacting with it.
Okay, fair enough. But for anybody else who tries to take it off of him or touch it, if you're crazy enough to, your hands will just pass right through it. You still will have to make a Constitution saving throw, but because it's Gwarple essence. So
yeah, it's full of poison.
But after this, Purdy's like, "Oh well, that was a lot of things happening. All right, so I guess we will we'll prep the egg to bring it down here for Miriam to begin whatever process it is for raising dragons. I don't know, but this will be an excellent time for me to learn. But excellent. Anything else? I mean, we should leave now. Let's go." And she kind of starts leading you back out, but you're all kind of walking and talking at this point. All right. And when you are prepared to leave, we'll make the egg ready for you.
All right.
One less thing, I guess.
Right.
Anything else that you require?
So I got the copy of the copy of the book, so now I didn't have to pay for that, right? Is that what you said?
Did Irony tell you?
Yeah. They found there was a spare copy of it, so I was just wondering, like, how much money was that again? It was
supposed to be 100 gold. Any book that is not a spell book, a reproduction of it is usually 100 gold, unless it's like a lot of crazy shit. And then they kind of charge accordingly, but it's usually 100 gold.
You got it for free though.
Yeah, so I can put the 100 gold back in my sheet is the question. Or no?
No. You there was 100 gold for the other book, which was the initial how to enchant magical items.
Oh, so I don't have to. I asked for 2 books, and now
you're only paying for one. Yeah.
All right.
So that book is in the process of being reproduced for you, but they already had a copy of the actual components and materials. That's what you're getting for free. All right, so you're led out back to the hearth. Anything else anybody wants to do?
I'll update the magic guy about what I learned about delivery when I talked to the guardian, the guidance. Ivarbor, I think. Whoever was the magic item guy who helped us. I wrote his name.
The master.
Who told me I don't want to talk about this anymore. And gave
the guy who didn't want us to leave with it.
But I want to give him the update that I actually made a lot of progress, and thanks to him that I figured out how to listen finally.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
But I want to update him to be like, I have information. Here you go, because I know you did put effort into this.
Yeah, that's easy enough. You don't actually meet with him. That was Master of Aste. You don't actually meet with him, but you give the message to Irony. Irony absolutely gets the message to him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, Master of Aste just says whatever information. If you could just like stay in correspondence with us, I
have a few letters to write to you guys. I got an hour to test." And I guess lastly, we need to go speak to the Eyes of Denier about the map, because it's been a day.
Oh, no, they were going to meet you in the hearth in the morning.
Oh, great. So let's do that.
Yeah, you don't, Tem is eating cookies. He doesn't want to be bothered. He'll be in the morning. Wait, yeah. He won't share anymore. All right, so You all have a good night. I don't suppose you want to tell me what happened in the catacombs?
Not at all.
Maybe when you're older.
You know, everybody always tells me that. How much older do I gotta be? Come on.
Until they stop telling you when you're
Yeah,
older.
commit a few felonies, people will take you a lot more seriously.
Please don't listen to him.
Find the strongest monk here and beat him. No.
Don't
when-
listen to him either.
That's the best felony I could think of.
When you earn your ranks in the temple, I'm sure you'll find more secrets that not even we know.
You're just watching as Irony's
Sure, that's funny. You already do.
Irony's writing stuff down. Beat up monk. Felonies. All right. Okay. All right. That's cool. So I guess I'll see you guys in the morning.
Good night, Irony.
Night.
And please don't listen to Vincent. Whatever you wrote down, scratch it out.
Don't listen to Vincent. Okay. Okay. All right. Have a good night, everybody. And you watch as Irony's walking off. He's still writing stuff down. All right. And so
He's a good kid.
And so you're in the hearth. It's kind of at this point in time. It's kind of late. You're meeting with going into the catacombs, meeting with Miriam. That was about an extra hour and a half to 2 hours just to get down there, come back up. So at this point in time, it's dark when you kind of come back to the hearth. There's nobody in the hearth except for Little One and Tal, the bartender.
I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That was a lot.
All right. So you make your way to bed. You all, unless there's anything you want to do before bedding down, you bed down for the evening.
And I'm now attuned to the hunter's livery again.
Okay. And you all get the benefits of a full night rest. Morning comes around. You make your way out of your sleeping arrangements to the hearth, have some breakfast. Irony joins you. About 20 minutes or so into your breakfast, you see both Tem and Hannah, the Eyes of Denier, come in. And as they walk in, this place is bustling because this is breakfast time. So there are about 24 people sitting around eating. As they walk in and everybody sees who walks through the door, everything gets quiet. Everybody kind of shushes. Little One turns around and goes, "Hi, Tim! Hi, Tim!" Tim goes, "Hey, Little One!" and runs over to Little One and they high-five each other. And Hannah's just kind of like shaking her head, just kind of chuckling. She kind of walks over to all of you, and she goes, "Good morning, everyone. How's everybody's morning so far?"
Good.
So, are the folks that went silent? Are they Are they nervous? Are they kind of trying to see what we're talking about? You know, it's like, what's the vibe?
Make an insight check.
All right. 10, right down the middle.
10. That's not too bad. As you're just kind of looking around, they seem to be afraid of them. You're not entirely sure why, but there's definitely an air of these are two very powerful individuals, and they're just like, people have started talking again, but now it's hushed tones.
Yeah. In the distance, you hear, "Are you a fucking cop?"
And Tim's like, "Who said that? Who fucking said that?"
If you hurry, you have to tell me.
Yeah, you watch one guy just run out of the hearth, like just completely just run out, and Tim just starts laughing, high fives Little One again, and then they just start talking to each other again. Hannah's like, anyway, so, may I join you?
Please.
She kind of says, she says, "All right, so we've made some excellent headway, and we've got some. It's a good news, bad news situation. Which would you like first?"
Let's start with bad. Get that out of the way. And
All right. So
then
bad
we'll
news.
move on
Bad
to the
news
bright
is
side.
we don't know. We don't know the exact location. Like I couldn't like say, oh, it's right here in between here. We don't know the exact location of the entrance. We know that's the bad news. The good news is we know the general location of where the entrance is. Additional bad news is there was a riddle along with the information. So the general information of where this entrance to the Underdark is, it's maybe a few miles northeast of Waterdeep, in one of the deep forests. We can definitely do a search. Tem and I have done searches like this prior. So we do concentric circle. We can do there's a number of different things we can do, but having a general location is actually very good for us. However, the bad news about the riddle is there was a riddle attached to this. It said only those, and she kind of pulls out a notepad. It says, only those of the blood of the first children of Toril shall gain entrance to the artifacts within. Again, I don't know what that means. If we actually have to bleed, if a specific individual or individuals can do this, I don't know what that means. But the important thing is we have a general location where we can search. We can probably find the actual entrance, but getting in may prove difficult. But Tim and I live for things like this. So when you are ready, and she kind of goes into her pouch and she pulls out what looks like another notepad. And she kind of like takes a page and she kind of rips off like a piece of one of the papers of the notepad. And it looks like she's done this, a lot in this notepad. And she hands it to you, Drovar. And she goes, when you are ready to actually search for these artifacts, simply write down where you are and where we should meet. And when you're done, just roll it up. It will then let us know where you are and we can meet you. Honestly, the best point for us to meet would be in Waterdeep. When you get to if you get to Waterdeep, just let us know that you're there. We could be there within a day. We just need to wait for he can get us there very.
And I know Tem can like talk to me in my brain.
Yes, yeah, we can both, but he's very insistent on it. If you prefer, I could talk to you.
I'm just saying I know that that's something, so maybe Basha can do it too, and then you guys could communicate.
Well, whichever is easiest, but just in case you're unable to do that, I always like to give translocation paper to, just in case. It's one-time use, so once you're done with it, it will disappear.
DM, out of game. Do we know what Toril is?
That's this world.
Toril is the world you live on.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Farron is the continent.
All right, so I kind of get the sense there's some debate as to who the first children of Toril are. That different histories argue different things.
There's a lot of debate. That's why it is a riddle within a riddle. So again, we don't know if it's just the first children have to be present at the entrance, or they actually is a blood sacrifice, because it is the Underdark. So talking Drow are very good at their blood sacrifices.
That's true.
But it was written in ancient Deep Gnome, so then there is that. There's a lot of questions that are unanswered here, but we have a starting point, which is important.
So where is that starting point roughly?
It's a few miles northeast outside of Waterdeep. Let's see. I'm opening up my map. Hold on a second. Usually these entrances are hidden, especially either in rocky formations or uh, within actual with illusion magic. There's lots of different things that we can use to check for the entrance. But this is what Tem and I live for. We love spelunking and delving into the Underdark when we can. We'd like to be part of this expedition when you decide that you are ready to do so.
I think we'd like to have you.
Oh, that would be wonderful. It's somewhere along. It's somewhere near the Desarin River. And it's definitely not. It's not in the Sword Mountains, but it's kind of like in between the Long Road and Desarin. So we've pinpointed it fairly well. There were actually a lot of clues, but again, they were in ancient deep now.
But if the entrance is then in the Underdark, it's like this is just the way in, and then it could be a long walk.
Yes, exactly.
In one direction and down.
Right,
Yeah.
which means Waterdeep is the perfect place to start from because we can supply there. If you think you need extra hands, maybe we can hire some extra people, that kind of thing. But again, it's there's also another place there's a couple of places that we could stop along the way if we needed to, but Waterdeep is probably the best place to start, and then kind of continue from there.
Wouldn't say no to a trek underground, but that's.
But when you're ready, I mean, we don't want to rush you, but definitely let us know. We could be, unless we are in the middle of some kind of investigation, we could be at Waterdeep within 1 to 2 days max.
All right. Well, I will keep this piece of paper safe, and
I mean, we eventually have business in Waterdeep, but I think we have a pressing matter that will maybe lead us there, but we're going to find out when we find out.
Yeah, but we have a place to go, and I think we're getting close to the time we're to be heading off towards
We're about 10 out of 30 days. I think it's like a 3-day trek from here.
Have we gotten everything we were waiting on? Basher, did you get the book you wanted?
You got
the book.
You have an extra day at this point to get to
Not yet.
for the books to be ready.
Well,
All right.
that was 2 days past. That's from our 8 days, and then 2 more days. Because this would be this.
Hey.
Okay, I mean, you tell us how
Yeah,
many more days.
this is day 9. So the next morning, it would be the books will probably be ready.
All right. So once we've got those things, I think we're ready to move on. Try to pick up the clues we've been looking for, but everything eventually, with something this crazy going on, I would not be surprised if we have more reasons to go to Waterdeep before long, and that's a lot further north. So I think when we get there, you'll get this message, and we'll start making arrangements.
Excellent. I mean, again, Tem and I are very excited. Like once we figured out where it was, and then we could actually get into this is a new entrance for us into the Underdark. We've already discovered a few, but those are very, very far north towards the spine of the world. So this is very exciting. Very exciting. We can't wait. But yes, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. We don't want you to feel rushed, but know that we're very excited.
So just try to put into D&D Beyond here in inventory. Magic note to the, what's the name of their group? The Eyes of
Denier.
Okay, I was right. So one-time magical message that when written gets sent to them.
Just put down translocation paper. All right.
That sounds scarier.
All right. And so she just kind of like she just reaches and grabs like a piece of bacon off somebody's plate. She kind of starts chomping. So, is anything else? I mean, that is a lot, and you've already helped us immensely. Anything else?
No, I think. I mean, it's. I get the feeling that we're gonna need to go down there at some point, but there's other work we have to do first.
And you're going to need us.
Yeah.
And there's lots of scary things in the Underdark if you're not prepared.
He kind of looks down at himself. It's like, we know.
Oh, I'm sure, but you can see she's very visibly excited. Like she's like it's like a kid being told that she's eventually going to amusement park, but there's no definite date yet, and so she's just like, "Where are we going? When are we going?" Like that's the impression you're getting from her.
Except no, the roller coasters have safety rails, which makes it even more fun for her.
Yeah.
And
there's tentacles everywhere and no lights. Yeah. So yeah. And then it drove her. It's at this point that you're actually like really look at her for the first time, and you realize that as much authority as she kind of projects, and definitely seemingly much more mature than her brother, they're both very young. Like they can't even be breaking 30 years old yet. Like they're both very young, but they definitely like they have the air of experience of something, but they're both super young.
Humans, they burn out so fast.
So she's like, all right, so I'm going to rescue little one. And it was a pleasure meeting all of you, and I can't wait to get your message. Don't forget.
We won't.
Okay. All right. Good day. She turns and she kind of walks over. And you can now hear Tem and little one just laughing like uproariously. Somebody told a joke or something, but they're just like laughing. Hannah walks over. You just kind of watch Tem like stop laughing immediately, and he's just like, and then she kind of talks to him for a minute, and he's like, yeah, and he kind of looks it over to all of you and just thumbs up to all of you, and he just high fives little one again, just like for the hell of it. Little one is happy, like he's just like, yeah, all right. And they're just kind of like standing over in the corner. People are still talking in very, very hushed tones until eventually they both they say goodbye to little one. They wave over to all of you. They kind of leave, and as they leave, those hushed tones begin to kind of grow into kind of a louder din that was there before they actually entered. So now, right. Yeah. So now breakfast is about done. People are starting to leave. What is there anything that you want to do? You want to fast forward to the next day?
I'm fine with fast forwarding. I don't think.
Yeah,
I mean, for
I'm
Drovar,
ready to leave.
He's got what he's learned what he can. He can't pursue some of his other stuff here with like what's available. So he's like,
gotcha,
just ready to move forward.
Okay.
I can't see if the copy of the book is evil.
All right. So next day happens. You get all the copies of your books. Amala specifically, you don't feel an evil presence or aura around the copy of your book. It was not made to look like the dragon. It just looks like a book, like a regular book, leather bound. All of your books look very similar, except for your spell books. The spell book, Basha, your spell book is the cover is leather bound like everybody else's books, but clearly there was emphasis on making the cover color match your outfit, and you get the impression that possibly Joy had something to do with
that. It is perfect.
But you get all your books. You do get an atlas, which is it's simply, it looks like a book, and then you open it up and it's just like it's like maps. Like you can just kind of like unfold the map as soon as you open it up.
Drovar, this seems
also,
like you should have the map.
Before we leave,
All right,
Amala,
yeah.
why haven't you put on that belt that you won?
Oh, honestly, I just haven't really thought about it yet.
I'm just because like the dwarf guy was super happy to give it to you, so it clearly does something cool.
I don't think I've. Bosh, have you identified this for me yet? I don't think you have.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, we know you're gonna. We're waiting to see if you get a beard.
Oh, right, yeah. Right.
On top of all of the other cool stuff it does.
I'm not sure that I told her that part. I think Basha was
Oh,
told
wait,
by the
that's
others
right.
to leave that out. Yep,
That's right. You decided to leave that part out.
I did.
So you know that you have this really cool belt of dwarvenkind that does all of this cool stuff.
I mean, I'll probably put it on once we have to go into Baldur's Gate and have to deal with everything. I just haven't thought about it while we were here.
I was just figuring that if we're going adventuring and going out, having also that'll be another person who speaks Dwarvish for when we need to have secret conversations for people who don't speak Dwarvish.
Oh, some of these secret conversations I can't be part of. Oh,
I mean, you could cast comprehend languages or
Yes, I
tongues.
could, you're right.
guess.
Yeah, you have all of these extra cool magic items now that could be helpful. You never know.
Yeah,
But
we should decide who's taken these various things before, because they're just.
Well, I mean,
there's
they
gonna come
go.
a time. It's like, damn, someone should have been wearing those spider climby
I mean,
things.
I guess it really comes to who has the ability to attune to stuff, because most of these things require that.
well, it is getting late, so you guys could decide that in between games if you want. Like who gets
yeah, I was
what.
gonna say I don't
Yeah.
think I have the capacity to decide that right now. Sorry.
Yeah, we could chat about that offline. But let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
I'm
so,
done with this
yeah.
library. Libraries suck.
So Tia gets made ready for you. The egg is made prepared for you, and Gorple, you are very easily able to, as you touch it, it's almost instinctual. It's like you think in your mind, I wish this egg was smaller, and you just watch as it, and it actually is now the size of a chicken egg. It hasn't changed its density, it hasn't changed anything. It still feels like weighty and heavy.
It's so heavy. Yeah.
But it is the size of a chicken egg.
Okay. I will do my best to pad it as best as possible. And kind of like, I guess I'm like, he's trying to think like, because I don't want to fall in it. So he'll like get a pouch and like make sure that it's extra padded. But on the outside of the padding will be like some gold because it's a dragon, so it needs gold. That's all I've learned.
Yeah.
Is the other egg still there before we leave?
It is not.
Okay. That's cool.
Okay. So you decide begin to leave. Start leaving. Irony's at the gate. Waiting to say goodbye to all of you. He's like, "You guys were awesome. I hope everything goes great, and I hope to see you all again someday. So take care."
Thank you, Irony. You were a huge help while we were here.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. And it's just kind of like waving to all of you as you're kind of making your way. You're on your horses at this point. Make your way to the secret docks, which there is the origami little construct that Vincent had created. That's actually kind of just sitting like in front of the magical illusion that is blocking this. It's not moving or anything, but there is still the origami construct there. And they just pass through it to your ship, where the captain is kind of waiting for all of you, kind of sees you, says, "All right, then, you're back. Great. We can set sail within, right, to Baldur's Gate."
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate.
To be fair, libraries aren't the worst when you find a ton of magical items in gold. You know what? We should find more things in libraries.
Let's talk about it when we're about a day away from this place, just in case. Okay. Yeah. Let's sail.
Yep.
Right.
And so
But to be fair, technically they lied to those half giants because this place did have a bunch of magical items and treasure.
So you begin. The captain begins sailing and making setting sail for Baldur's Gate, and you know it'll be about 2 to 3 days travel. That is what we're going to call it for the evening. Good game back.
Yeah, we got out of Candlekeep.
Yeah, finally out of Candlekeep.
And obviously, you got to ask the question: damn, did we level?
Yes, you did level.
Woo!
Yes, you did. I was just waiting for that. I
Who
was
knew
just waiting.
creating a ghost dragon dad would earn us so much XP? That's
I was waiting for that. I was just kind of like, as soon as they're gone, as soon as they're on their way to Baldur's Gate, level. So you guys have levels. So decide all your skills. You can do all that. If you have any questions in between, let me know. But we will not have game next week, but the following week we will roll all hit points on stream. But just make sure, ask me any questions in between that you need. But you have now leveled up. So congratulations to all of you. And thank you to everyone here. Thank you to my Drovar can't wait. So thank you to my players. Thank you to my mods. I know it's late. And thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to Unconventional Heroes for resubbing for 17 months, 9-month streak. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much. Love you. And we love all of you for supporting us. So remember, as we end, we always raid off to someone who's deserving of our support. So please don't leave just yet when we raid off. Remember, take care of yourselves. We love you very much. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. We'll see you next time.